is no list in regards to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, what makes this a very interesting statement from Caroline Leavitt is the fact that President Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi, had an interview on Fox that went something like this.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So so we got to look at Pam Bondi and Caroline Leavitt and ask the question, does the list exist or not? How can Pam, let me make sure I get their names right. How can his Attorney General Pam Bondi boast that the list is on her desk when Caroline Leavitt has later said the list doesn't exist? How can one of those things can obviously not be true? One of those things obviously cannot be true. Caroline Leavitt is saying there is no Epstein list. Meanwhile, Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing.
So not only is the list sitting on her desk, she was directed by President Trump to review it. So Trump knows the list exists as well. Trump also knows the list exists as well. And obviously we would all agree with that because Trump had originally promised to release the list to the American public, citing he was going to be a transparent commander-in-chief. So I'm going to ask the obvious question, why is the misinformation so thick in regards to President Trump? There's no denying the Trump administration is lying on this. Both of these things can't be true. You cannot have Pam Bondi, his Attorney General, suggesting the list is laying on her desk, and Caroline Leavitt, his press secretary, saying it doesn't exist. So it's obvious the Trump administration is not being honest about something. Now, remember one Elon Musk suggesting that the reason they're not releasing the list is President Trump is on it. I'm going to ask this question to you folks, and I want you to give me your opinion. And as always, you know I don't block, ban, or censor, so you don't have to agree with a damn thing said here from the host or anyone else. We're all about uncensored free speech. But I do got to ask, if we can show solid evidence, which I believe we've done right here, that the Trump administration is not being forthcoming about this Epstein list, whether it even exists or not, why are we so quick to denounce Elon Musk as lying? We haven't seen Elon Musk lie about the list. We have seen the Trump administration lie about the list. Is it possible, remotely possible, that what Elon Musk stated is actually true? Because we see the Trump administration is treating the list like it's some kind of football and just kicking it around. Elon Musk says the list is not being released because Trump is on it. So I do want to ask you folks, what do you think about that? And before we start taking calls, listen to some of the, and I just took a quick few notes here. This is some of the suspicious shit orbiting around Epstein. And we're obviously not going to discuss his crimes against children and underage people, but in 2008, he did get basically a sweetheart deal from his attorneys when he should have been, punished and threw under the jail. The deal he got was such a sweetheart deal that it violated the federal victims' rights laws. And remember when they gave him this sweetheart deal, people were wondering how the hell could he have gotten that deal? Now, we know there is video missing from outside of his cell, where he allegedly took his own life. Now, the guards that were guarding Epstein admit that they later admitted that they falsified some of the evidence, such as you're supposed to peek in on the guy and make sure he's all right and all of that shit. They were able to get the guards to admit that they put down information about their checks and things like that on Epstein that are not even true. Last but not least, here's one that's really odd. This guy tried to take his own life and failed at doing it. And within 24 hours, they removed him from the suicide watch list. How does that work? I mean, he's not talking about doing it. He actually tried to take his own life. and within 24 hours, they removed him from the list. You know, normally you go in, if someone is trying to take their own life while they're incarcerated, you're really going to be checking on them very often. Probably put them in a special room where there's nothing to. Why would they remove him from the watch list within 24 hours? And then you tack all of that suspicious shit into the notion that Trump administration went from having the Epstein list on their desk to now saying it no longer exists. What they're doing sounds just as suspicious as all of this other stuff that I read to you. So we are going to be asking the question of, do you believe Elon Musk might be telling the truth about President Trump? Because what they're doing looks suspicious as hell. So you guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We certainly are MAGA friendly. Been MAGA friendly since day one. Always will remain MAGA friendly. That's how the program runs. We don't censor anyone's comments. We go left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having dinner with Q. So if you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you for your commentary, you're in the right place. I'm going to ask if you're watching on Clapper, TikTok, give your boy a follow. If you happen to be watching on YouTube, subscribe to the program. Yeah! Appreciate the hat and mustache. Novocaine. By the way, that's a pretty good movie, too. All right, looking in the comments, Elon super nerd is butthurt. I don't get it, though. Before Elon accused Trump of being on the Epstein list, MAGA was very trusting of Elon. Remember how much you trusted him when he was finding waste, fraud, and abuse? All of a sudden, he falls out with Trump and reveals something about Trump, and you suddenly put him in a category of being a liar. Yet, we got evidence that the Trump administration is lying about Epstein. Why is Elon not getting the benefit of the doubt when he hasn't been caught lying about this stuff, but Trump is getting the benefit of the doubt when his administration has been caught lying about it? Can someone explain it? Going straight to, whoa, trucker. Appreciate that. Trucker man for life. Thank you for the support. It's fascism by definition. Wow. Now, before I start taking the calls, I do want you to hear just one quick second again. There's a bunch of new folks that have come in, but you heard Carolyn Leavitt suggesting there's no Epstein list.
What happened?
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that.
And she calls it transparency, of course. But once again, as you heard earlier, real quick before we start taking callers, if what Carolyn Leavitt said is accurate, then why did Pam Bondi say this?
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So both of these folks are saying it was done at the directive of the president. So the president directed them to release the Epstein list, and now you got Carolyn Leavitt saying the list doesn't exist. Why are we automatically assuming that Elon is lying when it's clear the Trump administration is doing just that? Gangsta Grandma. Good afternoon, Gangsta. Welcome to the program. Why are we really receiving such thing exist or not?
Because he's guilty as hell. He's on that list. He's a pedo.
So you not only believe that Trump is on the list, you believe he's actually abused young girls.
You walk like a duck, you talk like a duck, you a duck. If you go out to a 10-year-old girl, say, I'll date you in a few years, and it was on video and stuff, He is one. He is one. All of a sudden now they don't have it. They don't have the list no more. Come on now.
But why do you think? Okay, listen.
Do not fluff today. I shit you not. You do not be fluffing today.
I had
You
to.
better stand 10 toes down. Because if I had come back up here on the second round, I would chomp your ass up and give your you know what to you.
Well,
Do not fluff today.
well, we're not fluffing because the show just started. But let me ask it to you this way, okay? If you believe that Trump is not only on the list, but he's a pedo, why do you think MAGA's not really complaining about this? Because they were blaming everybody from Oprah to Tom Hanks to being.
Well, for one, you know they're interbred. They're into the shit. That's their kink. You know what I mean? You know they is. The uncooked meat is like so interbred. They probably think that this shit is normal. You feel what I'm saying?
What?
Being real, they might think this shit is normal. They be messing with their cousins, their daddies, their mamas, their uncles. They be messing with everybody. They're interbred mofos.
You're suggesting
I
that
ain't joking.
you're suggesting that Trump, who you believe has violated underage girls, is somehow normal to MAGA.
Hello? Well, why do you think they worship him? You know what I mean? Like, yes, master. That's a little orange Jesus. They're all interbred. You feel what I'm saying? I'm telling you. You think I'm joking? You already told me you're sorry. You went on YouTube and you figured that shit out. All of them are interbred mofos. And now look, now they're not. Watch, they're gonna come and they're gonna defend this shit. They want to defend this shit. Oh well, maybe they was all lying and no. They're gonna defend this shit. I know that mofo's on it. Now they said Steve Bannon's on it. Elon Musk don't have to lie. Elon Musk does not have to lie.
Wow. Well, if it's one thing that MAGA makes it clear that they are concerned and they care about is the welfare of children. Remember, they're pro-life. So if children were being abused, you think they would give, children being victimized, they would ignore that in favor of Trump?
The only thing they worried about is the unborn. They're not worried about baby kids out here. Look at how they raise their own damn kids. They ain't worried about none of them. They got pew-pewers in their damn fucking family. They interbred. What are you talking about? I'm being real. No, Tim, I'm being honest to God real. Now, Elon Musk just said that Steve Bannon is on it. I guarantee you, something, and I put money on this, a little tweet, something's going to come out. Somebody has those files.
Wow.
And they're going to slap them down. And they're going to release them. And guess what? Jaws are going to drop. So I guarantee you. Why would Elon Musk say all this shit? He don't got shit to lose. He's the richest man on earth.
It's interesting you would say that because that's the exact defense when Trump became president. Why folks suggested he would make a great president is because you don't have to worry about him ripping us off. He has his own money, as you say. Hold on. But this is what folks are saying. Trump would make a great president because he already has his own money. He's not taking a salary. He doesn't have to take money. You're saying the same thing about Elon. He's a billionaire. He has no reason to lie.
He doesn't though. And the only thing, interbred people, the brain is messed up anyways. They got like genes all messed up. That's why they tell you not to mess with your cousins and your sisters because you have fucked up genes. Now look, they all fucked up in the head. That's why he likes uneducated. So they believe anything that mofo says. You know what I mean? If they told them that to go jump off the damn bridge, they really would do that. That's how bad these mofos are.
Well, if they believe anything Trump says, as you're alluding to, then they would have believed him when he promised to release the Epstein list. I mean, so they would be believing that, right?
Let me tell you something. An innocent man, okay, will release the files. Say here, booyah, cuz I'm not on it, right? An innocent man would do that. If somebody accused me of doing some F shit to some baby kids, honey, you drop those damn files. I know I'm innocent. You feel what I'm saying? Take my DNA, take everything. I know my black ass is innocent. But guess what? That white T-man is not saying that. That white T-man is trying to cover it. And guess what his other minions are? The little maggots, the interbred mofos. Yeah, so he's not on it. He's not on it. Oh, it was just a theory.
Well,
Hell, yo.
and I see one of my viewers post something. Poche says, he says, I am a Trump supporter, but this is highly suspect. Let me ask you this, Gangsta Grandma. What are the chances that, because there's MAGA right there that also is suspicious about this. Do you think this will sway MAGA at all under the consideration?
Let me tell you something. If the maggots do not get swayed by this, then you're just as sick as he is. Because a guilty man will hide shit. A person that's not guilty, they'll say, bring it on. Bring it on. You feel what I'm saying? They said to release them. Everybody over there saying, release the file, release the list, release it. Trump said he would release it. All of a sudden now, they won't release it. And that man that so-called unalived himself in the penitentiary, he didn't unalive himself. They unalived him. He knew too damn much.
And I think that's the sentiment. That was certainly the sentiment of MAGA before Elon decided to suggest Trump is on the list. So let me ask you the scale of 1 to 10. I'm going to ask everybody of this in the audience as well. Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being as accurate. How many of you folks believe what Elon is saying? If you believe it, 10. If you don't, 1, or somewhere in the middle. Scale of 1 to 10, how likely is Elon Musk accurate?
Honestly, I believe him. Because you know why? When he came out and said that Trump was on the thing, right? Was on the list, right? Everybody knew he was on it. The files just disappeared, right?
Yeah.
Now today, I was rolling up a blunt and shit. I was, I'm making my tacos, and all of a sudden, it said this today. Breaking news: Elon Musk said Steve Bannon is on it. I said, what?
Did that come out? Wait. When did he say that? Was that today?
That was today. I said, Steve, him? I mean, you know what? He don't have nothing to, what does he have to lose? That motherfucker has got money up the ass. You know what it is? You know what it is?
What?
He's throwing shit out there. And what I'm telling you, the big ball's going to drop. Somebody has those files. I shit you not.
But what did it make what gangster? Let's be clear. You're talking about how much MAGA loves Trump. Let's say one of Elon's minions who work at Doge, and I believe he still has people inside at Doge. Let's say they got their hands on some information, because some of them folks
I think Elon Musk got the list. I shit you not. I think he has it.
But let's say Elon did release the list and Trump's name was on it. Do you think it would make any difference with MAGA and their support for him?
If there's genuine people in a maggot group that doesn't like pedophiles, they'll leave and they'll turn on him. But if the maggots are interbred mofos that fuck their cousins and their daddies and have you know what I mean? Have the all in the family, they'll stick with him because they don't give a damn.
Wow.
But I'm praying that the maggots will turn on him and see who the fuck he really is. That you guys voted in a pedo.
Jeez.
Because you know what? It's going to come to light. I'm telling you, everything you do in the dark is coming to light. And he shut it up real quick. When Elon Musk said that shit, he blew it off. Now all of a sudden, they came out and said, oh, the list is gone. He never had it. What? Are you serious? And if the cornballs think that was like hitting, oh my God, come on.
Is it?
Now,
Maybe it's time. It sounds like this guy is talking too much. Maybe perhaps it's time to consider deporting Elon.
He can't. He's American citizen, but he can do a lot of shit. But Elon Musk got him by his balls. If he has that list, Elon Musk got him by his balls. He got an ace in a hole. And I guarantee it's all going to come out. I promise you. All hell is... I'm going to tell you, I'm going to roll my blunt, and I'm going to have me some Crown Royal, Crown Peach, and I'm going to have me some Sprite tea, and I'm going to be like, tequila sunrise, honey. Put the mofo under the damn jail. Because if he is truly on that list, like I know he is, that motherfucker needs to be underneath the jail.
But what could be done at this point? He's not running for a second term. President is very difficult to prosecute. So, I mean, he's already just about 80. Even if he's on the list, what really could be done to him? You're not gonna cause him to...
Huh? He'll be in jail being somebody's bitch on the side.
Who's going to charge him?
It's going to happen.
Who's going to charge him? Congress is not going to touch him.
They better do something, because let me tell you, heads will roll in 2026. There won't be no Republican Party. If they let this shit slide, there won't be a Republican Party after that.
Gangster, they've already let Medicaid cuts slide. What makes you think they won't let this slide? Perhaps they were groupies. Perhaps they convinced them they were over 18.
You know what, Tim? All the fluffing you be doing and all that shit that you know that you be writing for the pedos. Little beloved nuggets that you be, oh, my beloved nuggets. Then they'll be beloved pedos.
Well, let's be clear. Right now, there is no evidence whatsoever that Trump has violated
There is evidence. There is that. Tim, let me tell you something. You walk like a fucking duck. You talk like a fucking duck. You quack like a duck. You a fucking duck. That mofo is on it. All of a sudden, oh my God, it's not here. They're hiding something. They're hiding something. Now, I'm from the streets. You hide. This is there's a street cover up, right? You know it is.
Yes.
And they can't even do it right. You can't. The mofo has money.
Yeah, he has a little bit of money. Okay, apparently my caller just dropped. I don't know what just happened there. Gangsta Grandma, do not know what happened, but she dropped. But maybe she had a call coming. Cutting Edge, thank you for the support. Sun Tzu's The Art of War. All warfare is based on deception. Isn't that saying in Call of Duty, right after you get your ass shot, it pops up. But anyway, it says all warfare is based on deception, and let your plans be dark and in. I can't even. Oh, what happened to the? Holy shit! Okay. Hang on a second. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Trump is using this now. So he's saying that Trump is currently teaching straight out of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Trump is using it. How is he? I would like to know how is he using it? Somebody let me know. Interpret that a little bit more for me. I get, it's kind of like a bad boy, a real gangster. Violence. That's what you hear in the hood. Folks don't always televise their plan or whatever. Revolution will not be televised, stuff like that. I don't see that as Trump. Trump is pretty damn vocal about what he intends to do. So I don't know if what you're suggesting from The Art of War, all warfare is based on deception. I don't know. Trump is not very good at deception. I think it's pretty obvious, unless you happen to be a Cuban or Venezuelan immigrant and you just don't believe him. But he kind of advertises what he's going to do. Looking in the comments, real quick. Sorry, I lost signal. Gangsta Grandma, I don't know. I see you said you had lost signal. If you call lying about everything, well, here's the difference though. If you're lying about things and people know you're lying while you're lying, that's not good at deception. And I think that that's closer to Trump. I don't think that Trump is telling a lot of really good fibs that people actually believe and then he deceive them. I mean, like I said, the Cubanos and the Venezuelan immigrants, yeah, they believed he was only going to go after rapists and murderers. But I think everybody around him was telling him, no, this guy's going to go way beyond it. I don't think Trump is good at deception. Yeah, he says things that are not true, like Haitian migrants and all, or he won the 2020 election and stuff like that. But like I just stated, most of the stuff, when Trump is being dishonest, it ain't like it's hard to figure it out. You have folks that are often fact-checking him in real time, like when he had the debates. They were able to fact-check him in real time and show this stuff is said is not true. So I don't think he's really good at deception. I just think that he is fortunate enough to have an audience that won't ask a lot of questions. So it's pretty easy to deceive if some of your audience is not even going to ask questions. But we're asking that before we go back to the box. The idea that the Epstein list does not exist and whether or not you think Trump is on. Now, I asked a minute ago, scale of 1 to 10, how many of you folks believe that what Elon Musk said is true, 10 being true, 1 being 0, from 1 to 10. I saw a lot of 10s in there. And some of those 10s came from Trump supporters. So I do believe there's a hell of a lot of MAGA that even believe that Trump, and it's hard not to see it that way. When you got Pam Bondi, he got his attorney general and his spokesperson, one saying the list is on my desk, the other saying the list doesn't exist, and both saying that Trump told us to release the list, or Trump told me exhaustively the list. I mean, it's pretty obvious something doesn't sound right. Can't blame any of that on Biden. That's coming directly from in-house. Going to the box, Daryl Walker. Good evening. Welcome to the show. Now, we also had a secondary topic, which is modern-day slavery. Trump is talking about farmers taking ownership of immigrants. Daryl, good evening.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. No list. What say you?
It's just so, it's going in all different directions with nobody on the same page, which makes it really look bad that they didn't get together to try to coordinate a plan as to how to attack this and minimize the damage. It just seems like everybody's all over the place. And if you watch Trump when he speaks on it, he seems a little agitated. Look at the cabinet behind him. Look at them, how they're looking all up in the ceilings. And look at Rubio. I think sooner or later, Rubio is going to give in and just say, listen, I've had enough. I don't see this cabinet going much more than another 6 months with all the stuff that they have to constantly keep covering up.
I gotta disagree with you. I gotta disagree with you. And you're similar to my first call against your grandma, but I tend to think that MAGA's riding with Trump. They believe the liberals are trying to destroy the whole damn country. So I think it is an unlimited amount of shit they will forgive coming from President Trump because they believe the liberals are just that bad. So I think Trump can get away with a whole lot of stuff. Even if it turns out Trump was on the list, as I was telling Gangsta Grandma before you, I think some folks will say maybe he didn't know they were underage. This girl looks like she could be 19. I think they would come up with reasons for why Trump did not know he was dealing with an underage girl before they would get rid of Trump.
Come on now. I mean, as men, we have experience in understanding what a female is and whether they're underage. It's just common. It's just common as we grow up as men with experience to know that somebody's not of age, and that's something that we would, we carry as men.
But Daryl, you're talking about a man. You're talking about a mere mortal. We're talking about Trump. We're not talking about a man. We're talking about Trump.
No, we're talking about crime.
We're talking about Trump.
Crime.
We're talking about Trump.
That have been committed. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what your status are. It's what we as the public perceives you to have indulged in. So for him to say, okay, I'm immortal, I'm this, I'm that, you still live by the common laws that everybody else does, whether you think you're above them or not.
Do you really believe that President Trump lives by the common laws of everybody else? Do you really believe that?
That's where that part's where he gets himself in trouble with thinking that he's so far above not be touched, but with his status, it's the perception of what the public is going to continually get tired of. I just think that for the past 10, 12 years of Trump in our lives, every single day, this guy has been in our lives. At some point in time, we have to wash our hands of it. I know it's going to be hard for the MAGA people to let go, but there's I know there's a lot of decent MAGA people that's going to say, listen, I got a daughter, I have young children too, at the end of the day. And we can't continue to have somebody as our leader with this kind of baggage. It's just becoming to the point where you just can't even get around it anymore, or hide it, or sweep it under the rug anymore. The way Epstein was unalive is suspicious. And it's just like when you're that powerful, you can still touch somebody in prison.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Epstein is unalive. And
so you don't buy into the notion that you don't buy into the notion that he took his own life.
Excuse me?
You got a loud background. I said you don't buy into the notion that Epstein took his own life.
No, definitely not. Definitely not, because as long as he was alive, he had a chance of getting out of prison, whether he got pardoned or a new trial or whatever. So why would he do that? To take his own self out. I think if it was definitely a lot of pressure for him to do so. But
here's one to speculate. Now, if you believe someone else took him out, who would have likely ordered a hit like that and had the ability and the power to do so?
Anybody on that list?
Yeah. Wow.
Anybody on that list that couldn't afford to take that hit? It didn't have to just be Trump. There were some more people on that list that had a lot more to lose. Trump being the president, obviously he has the most to lose, but there was definitely people on that list that have a lot to lose. And somehow, some way that they figured that unaliving him. So the crazy part about it is all these created distractions, to try to get away from it. Is Trump willing to go this far? Bombing Iran and all this stuff. He probably was the happiest man alive for this thing in Texas to happen, and that's one of the saddest.
What the fuck? Wait a minute. Hold on. What did you just say? Now you're saying as a distraction. Hold on. You're saying as a distraction to this Epstein. Hold on. Hang on. Hold on.
Right.
I'll make sure I'm interpreting this right. You're suggesting that as a distraction to all this Epstein shit, Trump is likely happy at the catastrophe that took place in southern Texas?
Not for the loss of lives, just for the news of it all.
Wow.
Distraction, for the news of it all. Nobody wants to see lives lost like that. For the news of it all. I don't think Trump is that devastated that he's willing to let lives go to protect themselves. Even though it's not far-fetched. If we look back at the attempted assassination, it's just so much circumstances around that make people say, it looks staged. It just simply, why would any FBI or any Secret Service allow this man, when they not even know whether there's more than one shooter out there, allow him to expose himself like that? If you look at those videos very closely, look at how they're acting.
So you believe you believe the attempt on his life in Pennsylvania was possibly staged?
Definitely possible.
You do realize the Secret Service took somebody. You do realize the Secret Service took the life of the shooter that day. So what did the shooter volunteer to lose his life there that day?
I think he might have got misled. I believe he got misled. Maybe they just told him to just go out there and shoot. In order for that to look good, they took him out because they knew. You know how long before Trump even came on stage that they knew that he was on that roof?
Yeah.
You know, why would they continue to let him come on the roof if they knew that there was a situation?
I mean, it is something to ask because it makes no sense that a roof with a clear line of sight to the president did not have security on the roof. It is, but I mean, you're starting to sound like a Tom Clancy novel.
Yes, I'm not the author of it.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm not the author of it. I'm just stating that what we see as common sense situations, it's just hard for you to just say, okay, this is not happening when you know in your mind and in your spirit that these things are possible. With it's just so much baggage over the years with Trump. I just want to believe that we have a president, whether it's the Democrat or Republican, that is in office to do right by the American people. And I just don't wholeheartedly feel that with Trump.
But wait a minute, you've seen the price of fuel stabilize, if not come down. Price of gas right now over the summer, which when gas prices are pretty damn high, they're pretty low. Grocery prices have stabilized. You're saying he's not doing what's right by the country. Some people would disagree with you.
I just believe that the baggage that comes along with him being president is just outweighing the good deeds that he wants to do. It's just baggage. Just sometimes when you pull a cart and you keep pulling it, it's still you pulling it. You know, and the baggage that comes along with him, you know, it just keeps kicking up. It keeps kicking up. You know, and it's just like, when do we just get tired of it? Well, I'm an independent, and I would be willing to support any other Republican if I knew that they was coming in to do, without the baggage, and coming in and do the job of the president.
You sound like
the presidency. We don't even have the standards of what we hold our president to anymore. It's just been so watered down.
Explain that, because I want you to elaborate on your hold on. I want you to elaborate on your standards comment, because you're sounding a lot like the campaign of Nikki Haley, who suggested we don't want to replace a chaotic Joe Biden presidency with more chaos by Trump. That's what she campaigned on. What do you mean when we're not holding the president to the typical presidential standards? I want you to elaborate on that.
When you have a president that will stand in front of a mic and call another adult out of his or her name, what kind of standard are you setting?
Yeah, he called Biden stupid today.
He's called people idiots. He's called people stupid. You know, it's just, come on. We don't. That's not something that we want a president to be on in front of a mic saying these type of things about.
Yeah, but Biden. But I'm going to play the whataboutism game. I'm going to put on my MAGA hat and bring up the fact that Hillary Clinton, who wasn't president, but she was running for it, she used the term deplorables, and then, of course, Biden referred to MAGA as garbage and ultra MAGA. I mean, there was some insults coming from that side, too.
I just said we're not holding the presidency to the standards. That includes all of them, not just Trump, all of them. You know, and I just think that he's the forerunner of it just being, you know, where the office is just deteriorated so far. Now he wants to do wrestling or MMA at the White House. Come on.
I did hear about that. You know what that is? You know what that is? During the military parade, to offset it coming out of the taxpayers' money, he got Dana White, not the comedian Dana Carvey, Dana White, you know, the owner of the UFC, they partially sponsored that military parade. You see the big UFC sign behind Trump when he was sitting there, and I believe Dana White was sitting next to him during that parade. Well, this whole UFC at the White House is probably payback to Dana White for sponsoring the military parade.
That was a debacle.
Yeah.
That was just, that was sad. Even Trump sat there and said, you know, he couldn't wait for it to be over. It was raining. It was miserable.
Did he really say that?
Bad day. No, I'm just saying the way he looked.
I was about to say, wow. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
He looked, you know, gave it away. You know, I just think that this is just so much baggage. You know, it's the first lady. Is she ever at the White House? You know, I mean, how much? You know, she's only there when it's like a specific occasion that she has to be there, and, you know, and I think he has to, you know, go on bended knees to get her to do things, you know, as far as appearances. You know, I know she watches TV, she hears the same stuff that we hear. There's no way that she could block it out and say everything and everybody is wrong and he's right on every single situation. There's no way that this woman has common sense to hear and see the news and not believe that something or some of it, if not all of it, is true about him.
Wow. Well, I mean,
associated with it.
And it's interesting you bring that up, because Trump being 79 years of age, I mean, he likely won't be around very long, but Melania and her children, not to mention Trump's children also, they all will have to live with the legacy of President Trump. Whether what he does is good or bad, he is changing how people view the Trump name. So maybe Melania is wondering about what the legacy is going to be like once her husband is no longer around. Through, I'll give you the last word.
I think you're doing an awesome job.
Wow.
You know, you have a very, very open, you know, keep up the good work. Hopefully I'll be able to chime in some more and watch you, but I do watch you all the time. I think you have a very upfront and honest way of platforming and Keep up the good work.
Thank you. You sound a hell of a lot better than the divorce court judge. Appreciate it, Daryl. You're always welcome back. Come on back anytime. All right, by the way, folks, tap the screen. Get the lights on up to about 25,000 THOU. Help your boy out. Tap the screen, get the likes up. It helps out the algorithm. You know what I'm going to say. It brings in more MAGA. The FYP is set to MAGA. I don't get as many MAGA as I used to because obviously Trump is often in the spotlight and it's often critical. But nevertheless, when MAGA comes on the program, we don't block, ban, or censor, and they're allowed to speak freely as well. That's how we run the program. It's uncensored. If you like uncensored programming, feel free to follow us if you're watching on TikTok or currently Clapper. And if you happen to be watching on YouTube, give your boy a subscription. We're here Monday through Friday generally. I agree, you are doing an awesome job. Keep up the good work, says something conservative, the handsome conservative. Now, I can't argue with a name like the handsome. Wow. Okay, handsome conservative, thank you for the compliment. He says, not true, I'm what you would consider a Maggie. What is a Maggie? Yes, they don't want to answer for that shit-tater in chief, says King Finn. That is a very unique way of degrading the word dictator. I thought they were transparency administration. Well, here's the problem with Trump's version of transparency, and I've given him credit many times for the fact that unlike Biden, Trump comes on television and addresses the nation far more than Biden did. It's not anything bad to hear from your president more often than not. That's not a bad thing. The problem, though, is with Trump, he does exaggerate. He does say things that are clearly not true, and he never corrects or apologizes for anything he says that is wrong. So, and not only that, but he also doubles, triples, quadruples, quintuples down on stuff. So if Trump says something that is not true, there's a high likelihood that he will repeat that same lie somewhere else. And of course, he won't apologize for it. That's why when folks try to suggest that Trump has said so many lies compared to Biden, Obama, or Bush, it's generally because he's on television more. Now, yeah, he says things that are false, but because he keeps saying it over and over and over again, each one of those times is a lie. If you say it before you get on Air Force One, if you say it at a rally, you say it on the lawn at Mar-a-Lago, or on the, I mean, you can say the same thing, but literally get credit for multiple lies because you're repeating it over and over again. So he does do that. Nevertheless, it is a good thing to have a president on TV because he does generally try to announce what he is going to do in advance. You may not like what he's planning to do, but he does announce that. And one thing we didn't talk about today, keep tapping the screen, get the likes. And by the way, share it live if any of you normally do that. I appreciate that. It helps out the program as well. Another thing he's done, and I talked about this, I didn't do a live on it today, but I thought about it after taking notes on it. We know they got rid of TPS, temporary protected status, starting out for the Cubans and the Venezuelans. Oddly enough, that group of naturalized citizens voted for President Trump, certainly in the southern Florida area. But anyway, if you're a Venezuelan or a Cuban coming to America, you no longer have the same protections you used to have, whereas if you made it to U.S. soil, you could receive TPS status and you could stay in the country. Trump got rid of that. Well, that was the first ending or revocation of TPS. Last week, it was the Haitians. We talked about that as well. We had a live on that because he claims that Haiti is now safe to return to, even though the U.S. State Department's website lists the nation of Haiti as a level 4 do not go to country. It's the highest level you can go. So for Trump to be suggesting that it's safe to return back to Haiti goes against what's on the U.S. State Department's website. Remember I was talking about saying things that it turns out is dishonest, or saying things that people can easily fact check it? Why would you say it's safe for them to return back to Haiti when the State Department's website is saying that Haiti is they got on there do not go zone due to kidnappings, rapes, and, I think carjackings and murders are on them. So he went from Venezuela and Cuba, removed their TPS status, did it to Haiti last week. This week it's now Nicaragua and the Honduras. So if you're from any of those countries, your TPS is gone. We know for certain he has removed virtually all of the folks that from the south of the border, their asylum claims. Anybody who claimed asylum, that's going to be rejected at this point. So I did talk about this because it does appear if you are brown and you currently do not have citizenship, the statistical probability that the Trump administration is going to find some way, somehow to deport you, it's super high. I mean, it's at the point of if you can deport that person, do it. Whatever method, it's a law from the 1700s, whatever. If there is an avenue to deport a brown person, and you happen to be brown, understand the statistical probability of the Trump administration trying to kick you out the country is exceptionally high. Nothing to do with rapists and murderers, nothing to do with just being here illegally. If you are brown and there is a way to deport you, period, legal, illegal, going through the process, going to your court dates, if there is a way to deport you, good is this certain to happen. Very high likelihood of that. But looking in the comments though, if you have ate chicken on a stick, I don't know what you're talking about there. Trump promised to release the list. Now all of a sudden there is no list. No doubt his name was all over. And that's what we're talking about, the Epstein list. Going back to the box. Tap the screen, get your boys' lights on up. MAGA reacts. Just the one I want to talk to. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program. We're asking that question now. Obviously, the Trump administration started out by promising they were going to release the Epstein list. Now they're suggesting no such list exists. What say you? Good afternoon, or better yet, good evening, MAGA reacts.
Oh, first of all, I'm like, what's with all the early lives? You know, I was there yesterday, but I was working. I couldn't really talk.
I took off yesterday. I haven't had a day, because I'm an independent contractor. I work a lot. I haven't had an actual day off probably about a year. So yesterday I said, fuck it. I'm going to extend it with the July 4th holiday. I'm just going to not work on July 7th. So yesterday was one of the rare days I took a day off. Decided to come talk to you fine folks early. So that's what happened yesterday. But we're talking about the Epstein list. Does it exist? Does it not?
I honestly don't care. It's one of those things that I've never brought up and never really cared. Like, if he's on it, then yeah, let's find out what he did. But, you know, otherwise, you know, why? We need an explanation. Like, why is there no list? I mean, what is the story? Who came up with this list thing? Are we talking about a list that Epstein made himself, or a list that the FBI made?
Well, there's apparently a flight log of people that went to his island. I don't know the total composition of what the list is, but when you say why are we talking about a list? Because you weren't here earlier, I want you to hear this. This is a clip of his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, discussing the list.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable. And I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Now, I want you, before you start, just a few more seconds here. Now, you hear her confirming that no list exists to the reporter. But here's a clip from Pam Bondi, Trump's Attorney General, a few months before what Caroline Leavitt said.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So why is one of his administrative members saying the list doesn't exist and another member of his administration saying the list is on my desk and Trump has told me to release it?
I mean, she might be talking about the file as a whole, not the list specifically.
She literally uses the word, she literally uses the word "the list." It's an actual quote.
Replay it, because I think he said it, not her.
Okay.
Maybe releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files.
Okay, so he said the list, but yeah, he said the list, but she didn't suggest it was filed. Whatever the case may be, the man said the list, and she immediately went into a response to what he said. So, what's going on here?
You don't know what was cut out. He might have been talking about the different files, and then he got specific to the list, but she was still talking about the files.
Then what
You know
did...
how it goes. Some people ramble, and then, they end on one thing, but you want to answer the first thing they ask you about.
Then what did...
I personally don't care. But
But if this doesn't exist, then what did Trump promise to release?
The file, the entire investigation file, and that's the question. Like, they need to get they need to take Elon, who hates Trump right now, show him the entire file, and see what he says. If he says they're hiding shit, or if they're like, all right, I've seen everything they have, and they did release everything that they could release.
Based on the confusion,
to review it, which I thought.
Wait. Based on what you're hearing here, do you really even need to consult with Elon? It's pretty clear that the Trump administration on its own is unclear about what's going on. One person saying something is on their desk. Trump promised to release something. Now his administration is saying that something doesn't exist. What the hell is that?
Well, they're also saying they just can't release everything because it's just...
They're releasing nothing, MAGA. They're releasing nothing.
So we need an impartial person, whether it's Elon because he hates Trump right now, or whoever. It could be anybody that's impartial to go in there and verify what they're saying, that they're not just trying to deceive us. They got in there, they thought it was going to be a big deal. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
And also, the flight list has been released. We know everyone that's been on that airplane. We just don't know.
Yeah, but the airplane doesn't, with all due respect, the airplane doesn't say shit. First of all, Trump has his own damn... Hold on.
Earlier you said... Never mind.
No, Trump has his own jet, and so do a lot of the other folks that dealt with Epstein. So you could get Epstein's flight log, have pedos that are not on it that flew to his island in their own aircraft or their own yacht and went to the island. So the flight list doesn't tell the hotel.
They haven't released his flight list, but I'm pretty sure the flight logs have been released a long time. I'm pretty sure we know everyone that's been on Epstein's planes.
I don't think that's true. I don't believe that's true.
I mean, people talk like we have. There's a lot of people that supposedly have been on that airplane, including like Bill Maher, Bill Clinton, a bunch of people that we know were on his
What?
plane.
Now you said you don't. You start.
I don't know.
You start.
I'm interested in them.
You started out by saying you don't care. Let me make sure I'm hearing this right. You really do not care if your president was on the list of a known serial pedo?
I mean, if he's for sure on there, yeah, I do care if it's true, but I'm not gonna say he's on it without any proof. Like, if proof comes out that he's on it, I will care then. But until it's proven, I don't care.
What about
I care more about
what about what Elon said? Why are you dismissing that?
He's guessing too. He doesn't know. He's just guessing and trying to be slick.
Why do you assume that someone that was the head of Doge, that got all sorts of our background information, why do you automatically assume he's assuming? I mean, that guy had a lot of access to inside information.
All that was bullshit. You guys made him sound like he was the president when he was head of Doge. You don't know what he actually got access to. The whole time you guys labeled him as a boogeyman that basically had all our secrets, all the CIA secrets, that he had access to everything the government knows, where he probably was just looking at their fucking, bank statements and only the bank statement. So, you guys...
You realize how much shit MAGA, you realize how much shit you can tell about somebody by looking at their bank statement, such as where they went?
No, I understand, but he only has the government's bank statements.
How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that Trump, the citizens' information was not accessible to him?
Because first of all, it's a lot of information. This government has a ton of information. I doubt it's all on one database. I doubt he had access. You guys made him sound like he had access to everything that's ever existed. I doubt he did. He only had access to the financial stuff, and I doubt it had a list of Epstein's clients on it.
During Trump's first term, when he promised to release his taxes and then reneged on that promise, was there not someone at the IRS that had got access to Trump's taxes and released them to the public?
I'm not sure how they got released. If they got released from the lawyer, or I'm not sure.
The point I'm trying to make is Trump's information is not as secure as you're saying.
Isn't your whole financial story? It's just how much you made in 1 year.
The point I'm making is Trump's information is not as secure as you might think. They released his taxes when he absolutely did not want them released. I don't understand why you think that for some reason Elon, with all of his power, has no assets.
Sorry, they released his taxes. What does that show? That he had deductions, and it shows how much money he made or lost on a year? It doesn't really tell you where he spent his money. It doesn't tell you that he flew his airplane to Epstein's island or anything.
No. I'm not saying that.
It was overplayed because when it was released, it was a big dud. Everybody was like, his taxes are going to take him down. His taxes are going to take him down. But there's so little information in people's taxes that when it was released, it was a huge dud. What did we?
I'm listening to you, MAGA, and I'm going to stick with my original statement. I don't think there's anything that could take him down. The first thing you said was, I don't even care about this. I mean, the possibility that he may have violated underage girls, your first response was, I really don't care.
Okay, you see, the key word is may. May. This is the problem. You guys are stuck on what if. What if he went to the island? What if he starts World War III? What if? Every time I tell you, all I care about is the results. So if the results show that he did, and we know for a fact that he did, then I will care. And then, yeah, fucking impeach him. Fucking put him in jail.
Well,
that shit's illegal.
My guess is...
If the results show that nothing, that you're just pondering, and this is a lot of wishful thinking on you guys.
Well, it's not wishful thinking when Elon, who Trump trusted with a hell of a lot of information, and the guy he literally picked to find waste, fraud, and abuse, is coming forward and saying, yeah, this man is on the list. He's not a liberal.
He didn't say he knows for a fact. He's guessing. He's like...
How do you know he's guessing? How do you know he's guessing? How do you know that?
Because that's the words he used. Otherwise, he'd be fucking sued for defamation.
No.
You don't think Trump would sue for defamation if he said he knew?
That's a great point. Is that Trump said what was it? So you're saying that Elon stated that the reason Trump is not releasing the list is because he's on it. Did he use guessing in there?
I'm sure he said he's probably on it. He probably used words like probably or.
Now you got me curious.
What's the exact?
Okay.
What's the text?
You got me curious.
You guys always miss, and you make a big deal out of nothing every fucking time. You miss a little nuance like that.
No, it's because you're looking for this little bullshit nuances. No, but what you got me? Hold on. What you're saying? What you're saying is interesting because we know Trump has sued recently a lot of folks like TV stations and universities that may have said things against him. Oddly enough, he's not suing Elon. So I'm curious to see what exactly Elon said. You raise a good point because if he doesn't sue Elon, why would he let Elon refer to him as a pedo and not sue him?
Yeah, but exactly what words did Elon use?
Let me see if I can find it. I'm very curious now because if he did say it as a direct statement as opposed to guess or probably, and Trump chose not to sue him, to me that speaks volumes.
I mean, you can't sue him if it's not a direct statement.
I'll give my Google a minute to come up. My computer's been slow, but I'm curious because, like I said, Trump is suing. Epstein list doesn't exist. No, that's not it. Where is his quote at?
Also, real quick, last time we talked, when I told you, I'm upset about the big bill, you added this little extra thing about, I'm upset because it's transferring money from the poor to the wealthy. I never said that, and I don't believe the bill does that. The bill's a big spending bill. It's wasting money, but as long as the money is in the U.S. economy, it's going to whoever is out there working.
Okay.
For me, it's not about rich versus poor. Is it going to stay in the U.S. or is it going to go overseas? You know what I mean? Like,
different. We'll talk about that another time. I'm not. Yeah, it's different show. We'll talk about it another time. But here is the Elon Musk actual quote he posted on X. Time to drop the really big bomb. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. No probablys, no maybes, no mights. Why isn't Trump suing this guy?
I mean, you're right. He did say he's in the file, but he didn't say he saw the file.
You just got Why isn't Trump suing him?
I don't know.
Is it because
maybe people are hoping? I mean, he has a lot of people around him that want to fix this relationship between him and Elon.
That relationship's severed.
People around him are still friends with Elon, and they're trying to save what they can out of this relationship.
That relationship is severed because Elon is already talking about creating a whole new party. That relationship is gone. But I want to.
Trump forgives as long as Elon shows up and he's on the team again. Trump will forgive him. I mean, you were talking. That's another thing. There's so much shit you mentioned I never get to reply to. The other day you talked about Trump having TDS with a lot of people. But with a lot of them, as long as they come back to his side, he'll fucking forget and continue.
What is the definition of derangement syndrome to you, MAGA?
It's someone that's beyond reason obsessed. If someone has a cure for cancer, you won't take it because you hate the person. That's derangement.
So Biden has derangement. I mean, Trump has Biden derangement syndrome then.
But Trump showed up to the White House and was friendly with Biden and really had, he'll work with Biden if it benefited him for any reason.
Yeah, well,
people would never work with Trump if it benefited them.
I'll take money from. I'll take beneficial items from somebody I hate. I mean, people hate Trump, but if he could cure cancer and they got diagnosed with cancer, they're going to take the cure. I don't get what you're talking about here.
What I'm saying with Trump is he'll be your best friend again if it benefits him.
No, if you kiss his ass. No, if you kiss his ass.
No matter what.
He'll be your best friend if you kiss his ass is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, well, you got to be nice to him. He's not going to be your best friend when you hate him, but he'll forget. These people will never forgive or forget Trump. For the rest of their lives, Trump is the person who ruined the world for them.
Well, because you think about what you just said. Trump will forgive or forget if you kiss his ass. But you expect the people to forgive or forget Trump without him kissing their ass. You're judging it differently.
Well, if he cures their cancer or...
He's not going to cure cancer.
Okay. They'll still hate him. It doesn't matter if he gets, this person to sign a ceasefire or this person, he gets them back from being in Russia or being in Gaza or being whatever. How many hostages has he rescued? They never give him credit for anything.
And based on your statement, you're saying we never give him credit for anything. Based on your immediate statement that you don't care about the Epstein list, you never give him criticism for anything.
I can't. What do you mean? I'm on here criticizing. I criticize him about the bill. I criticize him about not being transparent enough about the list. And again, until I find out he's on the list for sure, I'm not going to think he is.
Okay.
But I criticize him all the time. I'm on here criticizing him. Don't like that he's not. We have a lot of grievances with him because, for one thing, we're a huge coalition of different people. So, I understand that this bill is for the other half of MAGA, the more conservative half, and he has to balance things out between making our half the more liberal, the more, the former Democrat half versus the other conservative half of MAGA. He has to balance who he takes care of. Yeah, but again, my whole point is we disagree with him all the time. So how do you keep saying that we're a cult when we disagree with him on a lot of things?
Because there's nothing. Because no matter what he does, you'll disagree with it. but it's not a deal breaker. He said no new wars. Okay, well, it was okay to attack Iran. I mean, no matter what he does, you find a way where it's not that bad. Now the Epstein list is popping up, and Elon, who, hold on, you guys had no problem with Elon finding waste, fraud, and abuse. You didn't demand proof on anything Elon was doing. You just trusted him. All of a sudden, he says Trump is on the Epstein list, and now he's lying. He hasn't done anything to hurt your trust yet until he criticized Trump. Now you don't believe him. How does that happen?
Again, it's not about believing him or not believing him. He didn't say that he had the fact. He knows for a fact. I
just read it to you. I just read it to you.
Okay, he's making a statement that he's on the list, but he didn't say, I know for a fact he's on the list. I've seen the list. He's on the list. He just...
Wait.
Yes, like,
What?
Sorry, this is the context
What?
he's saying.
He literally, wait, hold on, hang on.
That he's seen it.
He literally says, time to drop the really big bomb. At Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. And he didn't put in there, I seen the list, huh?
What? It's still a deduction on his part. What proof does he have that Trump's on the list? You tell me that.
That's exactly what I just...
come out and be like, I've seen this, and this is the proof I have.
That's exactly what I just asked you. When he was finding waste, fraud, and abuse, those words never came out of your mouth. What proof does he have that this is fraud? What proof does he have that this is waste? You trusted every damn thing he was doing then, but the minute he criticized Trump, you suddenly need proof now. Do you see the hypocrisy?
No, but even back then, I said he's still working.
You didn't say any of
I
that.
said that I need proof. I said I'm going to wait for the results to see if
Right.
it does.
You sure did. Sure you did. Sure you did. Sure you did.
Every time I talk to you, I'm like, I want to wait for the results, or with Trump, things being a deal breaker, again, it has to do with how much good versus bad he's doing. If he's doing more good than bad,
Sure you did.
and I can live with the bad, then yeah.
Okay.
It's not that. Again, I'm a
listen. If you are the one MAGA, if you were the one MAGA in the middle of the night that was asking for proof when Elon Musk was finding waste, fraud, and abuse, I never heard it, and you and I were talking throughout that shit. All of a sudden, now he says Trump is on the Epstein file, and suddenly you're vocal about, we need proof now. You weren't asking for proof when he was finding that shit. You weren't saying it. Now all of a sudden, this guy criticizes Trump. Well, you know they do have a beef. I mean, Trump got a beef with some of everybody he says shit about. You don't ask for proof from that. He got a beef with all sorts of liberals. He say all kinds of awful shit. You never ask for proof. But all of a sudden somebody criticizes him and you need proof.
I didn't believe that was fraud either. I said let's wait and see the results.
Okay.
I never said it was fraud. I never agreed with him either. I never said it was like, I know for sure it's a waste.
Okay.
I was like, all right, let's just wait and see the results of his work. Because you guys were judging him day by day, and I'm like, even Trump today, he's only been in office like 6-7 months. So I'm still waiting for results while you guys are trying to predict the future. And you guys are like mad because I'm waiting for the results.
I'm just telling you, I gotta move it on, but his right-hand man, his right-hand man, you've been trusting this guy throughout his campaign, his right-hand man, leader of Doge. Nobody was asking proof from anything Elon was saying. All of a sudden he criticizes Trump and suddenly you need proof.
I'll give you that. Elon and Trump have both earned a little bit of trust from me, from their past work, from who they are. From Elon's work, being a business leader, and Trump's being a business guy and being president before. I do give them a little bit of trust, and that's more me saying, let me wait and see the results, than me saying, oh, I trust everything they're saying. I never trust anything anyone says 100%. I wait to see the results because time reveals all. I trust time more than anything, and I'm waiting for time to do its job.
I gotta go. MAGA Reacts, thanks for coming through.
Time will reveal all, man.
Yeah, good luck with that.
We
5 years out, you're still waiting for time to reveal who won the 2020 election. Handsome Majin Boo says Trump is so bad he really doesn't care that much because he has so much power. He is not stunting about Elon Musk. And I agree with that. And my last caller was playing word salad, but I think what you're saying, Handsome Majin, I don't really care much about the Epstein list. I really don't care much about it. I mean, and I've said that too. This goes back to the whole notion of in the middle of Fifth Avenue. I could take out somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and my supporters would go nowhere. I believe that. Some might not like the idea that he may have taken the innocence of underage, but I think most of them would probably doubt the sources of the information. I mean, we already don't trust the FBI when it comes to Trump. We don't trust the CIA. We don't trust the NSA. We don't trust none of the intelligence agencies. We didn't trust none of his first administration like Mike Pence and Attorney General Barr. I always ask this question. If Trump actually did do something wrong, we're not saying he did anything wrong right now, but if Trump actually did something wrong, in regards to MAGA, who could tell them and they would actually believe it? You don't trust none of the entities that will come to you with the information. It's going to come from the media. You don't trust them. It's going to come from the FBI, maybe a member of Congress. If you don't trust anybody, and Trump is saying I'm innocent, other than an actual video of him caught in the act, who could tell you he did something wrong? He would actually believe it. Even Elon Musk, who's been riding by the guy's side, instantly got dismissed when he said Trump did something wrong. Instantly got dismissed. So I go back to the original statement. If Trump did do something wrong, who could actually tell you and you would believe it? Because the only person that truly gets trust is Trump. He's in a really good spot. He's in a very unique spot. Handsome Major Blue says, handsome, good afternoon. The presidency of Trump is so pathetic. He doesn't even care if his sickly fails, if his sick, what is that? If his sickly falls off. I don't know where to go with that, Major Boo. Real quick before I continue on. Someone on YouTube here, I do want to thank you for your support, but you sent a comment and it disappeared and I'm unable to read it. I do apologize. I saw it. I played around. I can't bring it back up. I hate missing comments from supporters, so I do apologize. I saw it and it would not let me. I got 4 screens going and comments are flying. And for some reason, some of the comments will go and they won't let me bring it back up. So I do apologize to that viewer. Ask MAGA reacts as he rubbed any lucky tummies, yet the cult treating out. You know, I'm not going to say that MAGA reacts is in a cult, but yeah, when your first response to the notion that Trump might be on the Epstein list is I don't care. Okay, let me go back to the box. Somebody says, ask MAGA reacts, is his chest heavy? I don't think so. MAGA reacts drew some attention. Sherbert, good evening. Welcome to the program. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to about 40,000, THOU. Tap the screen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Show the program some love. Sherbert, good evening.
How's it going, Tim?
You...
MAGA reacts is a fucking retard.
Why would you say that about the man?
He isn't principled on literally anything. And then he comes on and starts screaming at you that you did something wrong when you just asked him basic follow-up questions. He's clearly not standing 10 toes down, so he's a little bitch.
Well, it does seem as though he does not care if Trump is on the Epstein list or not. I think that's what he started out by saying. It really doesn't concern him.
Yeah, but it really should. But I remember when...
I don't know if my caller got a call. We'll give him a chance to come back. Are you there?
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Okay.
They don't have any morals, man. I remember when the presidency actually mattered, and it, the president was divorced. President didn't believe in church and Christ, which I don't believe in Christ, but that used to be a big deal when they didn't, and now nothing matters. Let alone like torturing people in Alligator Alcatraz.
He's in a good position. I see Successful MD says maggots don't believe poo-poo is fertilizer. He's basically saying, MAGA don't believe shit in regards to President Trump. Let me ask you this, Sherbert, how does one get in that position? Because I'm going to admit, I don't know if it's derangement syndrome or whatever the hell they want to call it, but I'm jealous. How does one get in a position where they literally can do little to no wrong no matter what happens?
I'm not really sure. It makes me think of a lot of when people are ignored and the whole middle of the country doesn't get any attention. And he came in and said, I love the poorly educated, and all the really dumb people were like, he's talking about me. Oh my my God.
You think that's how it went down, huh? I don't know, but like I said, I gotta
I
get
think
him.
for a lot of people, like DJ Julio, 100% fell for it that way.
I haven't talked to DJ Hulu in a while. I gotta get him back on here, but I don't know. I mean, like
No,
I
please don't. He's pretty bad.
he's MAGA. You don't like MAGA. That's what it sounds like. You got an issue with MAGA?
A lot of them, usually because they are not principled in their opinions. Like, you can have poor opinions, but be principled within that. Like, I hate Gen X, but generally he stands on what he believes. And then there's Mega Reacts, where he's constantly switching, changing, and turning himself into a pretzel. I'm not saying I'm a good person, but I stand in a straight line. I stand on 10 toes. And yeah, you can come after me for my beliefs if they don't really make sense. I'll still give you a straight answer. Reacts just jumps around. Oh, you mean I actually believe in something? Oh no.
Well, he did shock me when
He's so opinionated. He's so opinionated, and then has no opinions.
Well,
What the fuck is happening?
Well, he suggests in the comments it's not that, it's that you don't understand his logic.
Yeah, because his logic makes no sense. And when you question his logic, he jumps around. If his logic makes sense, he wouldn't be jumping like a fucking dancing monkey.
Good thing he's not white, because that would have been a hell of a comment to make. But I want to speak. Speaking of skin color, because this is a secondary topic we haven't gotten to as much. I had the graphic on behind it, talked about modern day slavery. Trump is talking about indicating that farmers. He spoke like he was speaking in defense of hardworking immigrant farmers, but he is suggesting that they could be owned by the farmers. Okay, you could come back and work on the farm, but the owner of that farm will be responsible for you and would have ownership. He actually used the word ownership.
Oh no. I haven't heard that story yet, but I heard about trying to take them back to the farms and something along those lines, but it wasn't flushed out the last thing I heard. And that sounds exactly like something Trump would do. He's super racist. So then if he means that somebody can own somebody else again, yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, that's what it sounded like. That's what I was going to ask you. Is it something that people are taking out of context? Let me see if I can play the clip since you haven't.
It's not out of context.
Well,
I can guarantee 100% it's not out of context.
Okay,
Trump is a piece of shit that doesn't see these people as human. It's very clear he doesn't see them as human because he sent people to a lifelong imprisonment in another country for doing a misdemeanor crime here. So no, it's not out of context. It's pure hatred for brown people. It's so clear. I don't understand why people are even questioning it.
Well, Robert Kennedy in the comments is suggesting that you're making that we're making everything that Trump says out to be wrong. So we're literally just bashing this guy. I want you to hear his.
No, I'm judging him by my morals, which everyone else is judging by their morals. And my morals say you don't get to imprison people for life for a misdemeanor crime. The same way you shouldn't lock people away for years for having a little bit of weed.
Well said.
It's people that want to put people away forever, and they're making money off these private prisons.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Alligator Alcatraz is a private prison, so they're going to be taking money from us to hold these people for no good reason, other than they came into this country, which I personally do not see as a problem.
I did have somebody mention it. Florida Blondie is in the comment. Florida Blondie in the comments. She says, "I bet this guy is single." So she's suggesting it. Your politics.
But I've been married before, so what? Also, Jeremy, fuck off. My morals are very different from you because you said, fuck them, I hope they arrest all of them and put them in prison forever. You are not a good person, Jeremy. Fuck right off and don't compare me to you.
All right. I want you to hear this quote.
Sorry.
This is Trump. And this is Trump in regards to what we're talking about.
Talked recently about the idea of finding some way to get farm workforce and service sector workforce. And I think you discussed somehow a program of people leaving on a sponsorship and coming right back. Can you give us a little more detail about that and why, in the view of some hardliners?
Oh, I hit the damn button by mistake. Give me a second. I'm trying to get my equipment going. I hit something. Oh, there we go.
We're going to take care of the farmers and hotel workers and various other people that we're working on it right now. And Ron's going to be you're involved. So we have a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm. And there's a guy working there for 10, 15 years. The farmers know. We're going to put, let's go farmer responsibility or owner responsibility. But they're going to be largely responsible for these people. And they know these people. They've worked on the farms for 15 years and all of a sudden. So I have a great, Ron does, Krista does.
We said farmer responsibility or owner responsibility. I don't know if you could hear it over the machinery in the background there. Apparently the reporter that asked him the question did not have the microphones close to his face or not, but they're at Alligator Alcatraz, I believe, and you can hear the air conditioners or whatever's going in the background, but he did refer to it as owner responsibility. So when the farmers are allowed to come back and work for these folks, the immigrant farmers are working, he's saying that the person that is normally would be considered as a sponsor. I've never heard any, because I used to live in a different country and I know how that works. I've never heard someone refer to a sponsor. Like you could go work for Google if you're a very savvy guy from India or whatever, programming or something. Sometimes a company will bring you over and it's called a sponsorship visa. I've never heard anybody refer to you as owning the person. So this is new language here. But do you believe it's a case of Trump being taken out of context?
No, it sounds like government-run slavery and slave auctions to these different farms by the brokers that they're going to send there. I don't see how this can comport to anyone having good morals and saying this is a good thing. When the open market meant these people could come in, work, and if they didn't like the farm, they could leave and go somewhere else. Now they're stuck and owned by a farm. This just feels really gross and wrong. I don't understand how anyone could be okay with this.
Well, if what you said is accurate, whereas people are looking at them as subhuman. I mean, listen, if I had bugs in my house like roaches or whatever, and I call an exterminator, I don't care how you treat them. Just get them out of here. I don't care if you kill them or if you want to take them with you and dump them in a field somewhere. I don't care. Just like if you got a python or some kind of snake that has gotten in your house. You just want it gone. You don't care if it dies in the process of removal. So if they believe that these folks are vermin, for instance, as Trump might have said, vermin, poison in the blood of the country, you just want them out. You don't care what happens to them on the way out.
I agree with you. They don't see them as human, which feels absolutely crazy to me, how you couldn't see these people as people just because they don't speak your language or they're a little darker. Man, that's just so fucked up. I don't get it.
Well,
That's the thing about being born in California. I don't understand racism. It literally has never made sense to me because we're still human. We're still people. And if they want to go by the 10 commandments that they're forcing in here in Texas to be put on the school rules, all of the people in power are not following these rules.
Wow.
I don't understand why they feel they have the moral high ground when clearly they're doing evil shit.
Whoa, what the hell is that, a parrot? What do you got in the background there?
Grackles. I'm in Texas and I'm at my warehouse next to the airport.
Oh, you're nowhere near the drama in southern Texas, are you?
About 50 miles away. I have to actually go down to Kerrville tomorrow and go over the river that flooded. So I'll see tomorrow how it looks.
I'm hearing, and not to go off topic, but I'm hearing that Carroll County, had put in for early warning sirens about the floods, and they were denied the funding due to cost, and they diverted the funding to border security instead. Talking about Texas Governor Greg Abbott, your governor down there. Apparently the sirens could cost as much as $50,000 each. Now the girls that were camping, when you go camping, they generally take away your cell phone. So if you're sending warnings, it's going to fall on deaf ears so the people don't have their phones, but you would have heard the siren. Now they're saying that one of the unincorporated cities down there, Comfort, Texas, used some of their own funding, and they did purchase a siren for their town. They didn't lose anybody. They didn't have any deaths in their town. But they claim that Carroll County, Texas did want early warning sirens, and they were denied the funding. Have you heard anything like that?
Little bits and pieces here and there. Nothing that's confirm reports, but that also wouldn't surprise me at all with how Elon and Trump took, the chainsaw to the bureaucracy.
Yeah.
People say that they don't like the bureaucracy, but that's what saves lives. That's why I'm so disgusted with RFK Jr. and just lying about, medical issues when he literally doesn't have a medical license. It really hurts my soul that people are dying, and more people are going to die because they've defunded and stripped systems that were literally put in place to save lives.
Wow.
Because it's bureaucracy doesn't make it evil. Just because these people are a different skin color doesn't make them evil.
Well said.
I really hate where our country's gone today.
Well, speaking of morals, in the comments, Tom Brewer says, I bet you morally believe that a man can be a woman and play in women's sports. That doesn't mean you can push those morals on everyone else, or we are wrong. So he's suggesting that while you're talking about morals, he believes you may be lacking them.
I do have a trans sister, so yeah, she probably shouldn't play sports, but she should still be allowed to survive, get a passport and do whatever the fuck she wants. I don't care. She's not doing anything wrong to me, and she's a generally good person. Okay.
Well
My
said.
morals might be different than that person's, but it doesn't mean I don't see them as people. Or an abomination like these fucking idiots.
Well, they believe that transgender people are mentally ill.
Yeah, they can believe that. Doesn't mean I believe that. I think they're pretty retarded, but I don't have the ability to actually diagnose them with that. I still think they're retarded.
All right, Sherbert.
He's pretty fucking retarded, making his $15 an hour.
You going off with my callers. Sherbert, I appreciate you coming through. Always a pleasure. Thank you for coming in.
Have a good night, Tim. Love what you do.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Real quick in the comments, the handsome conservative says, I hear more racist things from Democrats today than I do from Republicans. Well, and that could be true. You're suggesting, the handsome conservative, love the name, you're suggesting that you hear more racist things from Democrats today than you do from Republicans. My guess is with a name like handsome conservative, what you're saying is probably true for one or two reasons. One, if you're conservative and you're watching conservative media, they're not going to show you the racist things conservatives say. They're only going to show you the racist things liberals say. If Trump says something that's really racist, it's not going to get a segment on the 5. If Kamala Harris was to say it, it might get a segment on all of their shows for today. So that's the first reason why you're going to hear it more from Democrats than you are from conservatives. The second reason is because things that conservatives might say that are racist, you're not going to agree they're racist at all. Such as, Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, or shithole countries. Trump has said a hell of a lot of stuff that the minority community see as racist, such as not addressing Juneteenth as a holiday, actually saying that Juneteenth should not exist. I mean, he basically stated that we already have too many holidays and we need to get rid of it. So his commentary on Juneteenth is something that many on the left is going to view as racist. You on the right probably wouldn't see it that way, suggesting that BLM is a terrorist group while suggesting the protesters on January 6th were patriots. That's something you probably would not view as racist, but a liberal is going to see it that way. Does not believe that the police are mistreating minorities in any way. In fact, more white people get mistreated by police than, once again, that's not going to be racist to you. The minority community would see it differently. And of course, I don't think there's any civil rights leader in existence that is favorable to Trump. I think that, in fact, the Republican Party in general, most civil rights leaders do not work with the Republican Party. I don't know of any of them that do. There might be one out there somewhere in deep space, and I'm not talking about just under Trump. I'm talking about under Bush and Reagan. I mean, you got to go all the way back to the Martin Luther King era. Virtually, and I'm not talking just blacks, I'm talking civil rights leaders from Muslims or Hispanics or feminist groups. None of them associate with the Republican Party. Why is that? Look at the comments though. Why blacks always fight on Spirit and Carnival? I don't know. Don't just be another brick in the wall too. I don't know, but that is becoming a growing issue. People are making a big light of that. That on Carnival Cruise Lines, there is a lot of black drama, and I mean, there's enough videos where you can't deny it. I mean, I don't know if they've cheapened cruises to the point where people you don't normally want to cruise with getting on the cruises. I don't know. But there is a lot of videos of African Americans getting involved in fights and shit on cruises. I can't deny that. Looking in the comments though, what's the significance of Juneteenth? It represents something negative. No, it does not. Fresh TV. That's the problem. Before I go continue, and by the way, tap the screen. We should be around 50,000. Get your boy up to 50. FIDDY. Get your boy up to 50,000 on the likes. Tap the damn screen. Show the program some love. If you like uncensored dialogue from a standpoint, we are MAGA friendly. Understand that. So if you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, what do we say? We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. If you like uncensored dialogue, follow the program if you happen to be watching on Clapper or TikTok. And if you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a subscription. But the significance of Juneteenth, the idea that you got lots of people in this country that do not know what Juneteenth is, shows that history has been lacking. I mean, we know about the Emancipation Proclamation. We know that slaves were eventually free. The problem is people don't know exactly when it happened. A lot of people cannot cite the exact day slavery ended because they don't make a big deal about it in history. And that's a problem, which is why when Juneteenth was named, what the fuck is Juneteenth? Juneteenth symbolizes the day the final African Americans got their freedom. Now, they were freed, I believe, 2 years before the final ones got their freedom. They were so gung-ho in keeping people in bondage and slavery during that era when messages traveled slow, that you still had plantations down in Texas keeping people enslaved, even though Lincoln had passed a law 2 years earlier freeing black people from slavery. They were still keeping them enslaved. Finally, someone got down there on horseback and told those folks, you know what, you've been free for 2 years. Your master just been lying to you, who probably knew at the time, figured he could get away with it and get 2 more years of free labor. The master should have been prosecuted on the spot, period. Should have been prosecuted, and they should have took his whole fucking farm and divided it among the 2 years of free labor that he got. That was against the law at that point. Against the law at that point. His whole farm should have been lost. But anyway, that's what Juneteenth symbolizes, is the final remaining slaves in bondage being free. Oddly enough, there's a whole lot of people in this country that do not think that day should be designated as a holiday. Some probably don't even think it should be taught in schools. Just force everybody to acknowledge July 4th as a day for freedom and independence when it never was meant that way. It clearly was never meant that way. Anyway, looking in the comments, thank God everyone I know in my family are okay and we are very productive. Nothing wrong with that. All side MAGA here, but open-minded, just wonder thoughts on Elon 2028 third party. Juneteenth is a good holiday. Just a fan of what you were saying. Southern Democrats are my anti. In regards to Elon, and I'll go back to the box. Get your boy up to 50. We'll take the next caller. Tap the screen. Certainly enough for you folks in here. Show the program some love. Tap the screen. In regards to Elon suggesting he wants to run a third party called the America Party, I think it's a good idea. I think most Americans would agree we need to expand the two-party system to include more parties. I think most of you folks, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, agree with Elon that we need an additional party. Where I also believe most of you folks would agree with me on is you don't want Elon to run that party. You agree with what he is suggesting. I just don't think any of you want him to be the leader of the party. But he is right. We need to get past the two-party system and allow other parties with other political ideologies to have a chance at winning the presidency. And, you know, you got to get money out of it. That's the problem. Because I'll tell you, I say this all the time, Trump and Bernie Sanders, of all people, have a lot in common. And what I mean by that is both of those individuals, Trump becoming the head of the Republican Party, and Bernie Sanders, who was seeking the Democratic nomination and came close to getting it. Neither one of those folks represent the party they're running on. Trump is not a Republican. Fiscal responsibility and all that shit, that's not Trump. Christianity, all that, that's not Trump. Even the Second Amendment, he got all kinds of anti-2A quotes in his past, up to and including banning bump stocks in 2017. He's not a traditional conservative. Bernie Sanders is a admitted socialist. He is not a traditional Democrat. But because there's so much money in politics, both Trump and Bernie Sanders had to run as a candidate for that party because they needed the money to run a campaign. And in both cases, both parties feared that if we let this guy get in, Trump or Bernie Sanders, he's going to fundamentally change what we stand for. That's why both of those individuals had a hell of a lot of resistance from the traditional leaders of their parties. The Nancy Pelosi's and the Bidens were clashing with Bernie Sanders, and Hillary Clinton's clashing with Bernie Sanders constantly. And of course, that's exactly what happened with Trump. All of the traditional leaders, the Bushes, the McCains, the Romneys, they don't like Trump. They didn't like Trump. And Trump, unlike Bernie Sanders, Trump did succeed in becoming the leader of the Republican Party. And of course, people are now calling it the MAGA party. He has completely changed that party. If Bernie Sanders had become the top notch for the Democrats, he probably would have did something similar for the Democrat Party. But neither one of these folks are what they claim to be. He's not a Republican. Bernie Sanders was not a Democrat. Adding a third party or even a fourth party might have prevented Trump from needing to run as a Republican. He could have ran as a populist or whatever. Bernie Sanders could have ran as a socialist. But with so much money in those two parties, no other party can really compete. So, and Elon, with all of the money in the world that Elon has, because he decided to temporarily be part of MAGA and just make a host of enemies, his chance of leading a third party is pretty much null and void. I mean, that guy has way more enemies than he did before he became a member of MAGA. Way more enemies. So he's not going to be the guy to do it. It's just not going to happen. And in fact, just mentioning that he is not done with politics has continued to fuck up the stock for Tesla. They want him out of that shit. They want him out of that. Tap the screen, get your boy up to 50,000. Looking in the comments, do not underestimate the power of public relations. PR is a hell of a tool. I agree with you on that, no reply. The American way still needs to stay. Well, the problem is the American way changes from person to person. I mean, the way we're treating immigrants right now, some would suggest that's the American way because we're securing our border. We should have a secure border. Others would suggest that goes against the very saying that is written on the side of the Statue of Liberty, bring us your tired, your weary, your poor. So depending on what your opinion is, the American way can change vastly. I personally, as the left side in me, I don't agree with the way we're treating immigrants as being the American way. I think it's pretty fucking harsh. Captain America. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Captain.
What's up, Dan?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. So, what do you think? We talked earlier about the Epstein list, and the Trump administration first said they were going to release it, then later said it doesn't exist. What say you?
Yeah, no, we talked about this yesterday. I brought this up yesterday.
And
I said everything I felt about it then. So.
Okay. Well, for folks who were not tuned in, give me a summary of what was stated.
So which one are you talking about? Because there's a couple of things that have come out recently, so we might be on a different page.
We're talking about the fact that his attorney general, Pam Bondi, stated she had to list on her desk and Trump had ordered her release it.
Yes. And
then all of a sudden now they're saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah. So yeah, we talked about that one yesterday. And yeah, and my opinion is that either there's people involved that he doesn't want to name or he's on the list. You know what I mean? There's no other reason why he wouldn't want that list out there. And I think it's very obvious that he doesn't want that list out there. There's no reason that there's no reason that they should have lied and said that they had this list on their desk. They've been reviewing it. They're ready to release it to the public. And then now they're just like, well, it doesn't exist.
Now, did you vote for Trump?
No.
Okay.
No. Like I said, this is deep blue. I just made I made a new account.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah,
So,
one of your users, or one of the, somebody reported me in the comments at some point.
sorry to hear that. Okay. So you do believe they're lying about this thing, and you believe it's so. When Elon said that Trump is on the list, do you believe Elon Musk may possibly be valid in what he's saying?
I do believe him because he said it out of spite. A lot of truth comes out of anger.
True.
I think people fail to realize that. I think more truth comes out of anger than when you're trying to impress someone or impress a group of people. So
That's a good point. So if he is on the list, though, do you think there will be any recourse at all? I mean, do you think that would sway MAGA?
I don't. The vast majority of them, anyways. I mean, listen to MAGA reacts.
Yeah. Yeah, he
He's a
immediately
very
said he
good
wouldn't care.
representation of the majority. I mean, he doesn't even consider himself extreme.
No, he
He
doesn't.
seems pretty extreme to me, but he doesn't consider himself that way.
No, he doesn't. He does not consider himself extreme, but he was quick to suggest that if Trump is on the list, he really don't care.
Yeah, and I really think, I mean, it's like we talk about every time, man. I think that it's a cult. I think once you put that red hat on, it scrambled your brains, and this is where they're at.
I ask this question all the time, and I guess I'll ask it once again. How does one man get that kind of power where no matter what they do, because I mean, when Obama was president, let's take Biden out of it, because Biden was never at the level of a popularity as Obama. But I don't know if I can think of folks that viewed Obama as no matter what you said about him, you were wrong and you were lying. So how does Trump get that kind of power? Because I definitely believe he has more power with Republicans than Obama ever had with Democrats.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, I've tried to answer that a few times, but I would say, man, he represents the stupid people. I'm sorry that.
Come on, now you don't believe all MAGA stupid, do you?
I don't. No, I'm not one of those.
Okay.
But I do think that the ones that are smart are ignorant and don't pay attention to it because they'd rather ignore it for their own benefit.
Yeah.
Whether that would be a moral victory in their opinion or something to do with a bill that's passed or whatever.
What about the notion that maybe some of us have gotten so deeply involved in just being victorious over the other side? In other words, I want to own it. I want to own the libs so much that if Trump helps me own the libs, I'm willing to forgive whatever he might be doing that is nefarious or what. I just want to own the libs, and nobody is helping us own the libs as much as this guy.
I don't see the majority of the left like that. I mean, nobody's trying to jump back on Elon's train. You know
well, wait a minute. I got to disagree with you. You say you don't see the left like that. Currently, there's over 100 people that have lost their lives in flash flooding down in southern Texas. There are libs all over the internet. Fuck around and find out. And there is a little bit of rejoicing because they can blame it on Trump, at least in their opinion.
Yeah, no, but you're right. It's like a football team these days. You ride with them no matter what, through the highs and lows. You might get mad, but typically you keep that to yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not going to go around telling fans of opposing teams that you hate your team.
No.
That's where we're at.
Well, but I mean, like, even when Biden's cognitive ability came to the forefront after that debate, you did have liberals and shit calling him out. I don't know if Trump's really done anything where MAGA has really called him out. I don't know if anything he's done, up to and including what we're talking about today, the potential of bringing back slavery, or at least using language that makes it sound like he's trying to do that. MAGA's not saying anything about that at all.
Yeah, and the thing is they try to defend it, but really,
I haven't heard that. How do you defend that? What could you possibly say? He's talking about ownership. What have you heard them saying to defend that?
Well, I'm talking about MAGA reacts earlier. I mean, he refused to acknowledge it, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, it's hard not to acknowledge it. I mean, you got an actual quote coming from the man that's referring to, farmers as having ownership responsibility. I mean, just because you don't acknowledge it.
He tried to break it down to grammar. He was trying to find any excuse to dismiss it he possibly could.
Yeah. What about the notion that maybe he is being taken out of context or something, or he was a slip of the tongue?
That's what they say every time about the dude. And what happens? I mean, Project 2025 was supposedly a slip of the tongue. Supposedly a slip of someone else's tongue.
It was liberal fear-mongering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. They still haven't copped to that yet. They're still denying that.
I mean, I don't know how you could, page by page.
No. Like I get in the comments right now that the handsome conservative says that's not true. He is not trying to bring back slavery. I've said this several times this evening. And look, I don't know if the guy's trying to bring back slavery or not, but he did talk about ownership in conjunction with a human being. Is that not slavery? What the hell did he mean when he said it? And I don't know if they've explained that very well.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say for sure that that's what he meant, but to completely dismiss it is also.
Do you think Trump is even capable of doing something like that, being so draconian that he would allow one human to own another?
Based on his lifestyle and his entire life, I would say I would lean towards yes.
Wow.
The type of businessman he's been. He screwed over a lot of people to get his fame and wealth. He didn't get it because he's a genius that cured cancer, or he came up with a McDonald's chain, or you know what I'm saying. He did it because he screwed people over. He foreclosed on people's lands. I could go on all day. There's a whole list of shit, but he's screwed people over throughout his entire life. I don't think he would have near as much wealth as he does if that wasn't the case.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you ever, with the likes of Michael Cohen, his attorney, his fixer. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, if you were screwing people over and you got a way of getting away with it throughout the courts, yeah, you will be wealthier than normal. I mean, Trump would have likely been wealthy, but yeah, if you're screwing people over as a hobby, having folks do work for you and not paying them, or you're using, illegal labor and things like that, yeah, you probably are going to be a tad bit more wealthy. In the comments, Handsome Major Boo says, MAGA and Pam Bondi ain't rat shit. We need a third party of no king's party. Do you see Trump is even trying to be some kind of king? Do you believe that's possible?
I do think he's ignorant enough, not ignorant enough. His ego is big enough that he probably does consider that in his own time. Yeah.
But you can't do. But that is something he could not do that alone. Do you believe there's enough people in this country that would entertain him running and having a third term or being in charge indefinitely? You got to get right now we're still at a position where you got to get the will of the people to back that. Do you believe there's enough backing of that in America?
I'd say he has the best loyalist out of any president that we've had.
I would agree with that.
Even people, I don't know if you've seen recently when Trump's been up talking about alligator Alcatraz or any of these inhumane things he's doing. Marco Rubio is typically standing next to him. And man, that dude looks like he knows he sold his soul. I mean, you look at him; he does not look happy. So,
well, let me ask you that in regards to selling this.
I don't understand how so many people have sold out to him, because he is popular, but he's also unpopular enough that if everyone was to say that they've had enough of it, he'd be gone.
Yeah. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to be the first person. It's kind of like imagine being on that aircraft on September 11th, the one that crashed, I think in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, or whatever, where they fought back. Okay, you got 4 or 5 hijackers that have some sort of a poking tool. If we all stand up, we can take over them. But somebody is going to get shanked. Somebody's going to get stabbed. I mean, that's the same thing with Trump. You're right. If they all rise up, they could probably alter his course. But in the beginning, some of those folks are going to basically deal with the wrath of MAGA. They may end up like
the problem is the Democrats keep sending someone out to get shanked, and then they don't back them up. That's the problem.
Ooh. Like who? Who has already been hit?
I mean, people like AOC, Bernie Sanders, are a good example. They were the first to go, obviously. More recently, people like Andrew Cuomo. I mean, there's all kinds of people. I'd have to have a list in front of me, but I'm sure you could think of a few if you tried.
Well, the problem is the Democratic Party is split among the traditional Democrats, the Bidens and Pelosi's, versus the progressives like AOC and Bernie Sanders. And right now in this country, because our country is center right, and AOC and Bernie Sanders right now for the scope of this country is too far to the left. So when they start talking about like the transgender community, I'd say probably at least 60 to 70% of our country don't like those people. So if you got a party where a large portion of the party is speaking up on behalf of transgender rights, I mean, it's almost like speaking up on behalf of civil rights in the 1950s. It's too progressive at the time.
Yeah, and also I would say the Republicans are the same way. They're, I know that the Republican and the Conservative Party isn't happy with the direction he's taking.
But they have either gotten in line or disappeared.
They're even worse about it. They'll send someone out there to get absolutely murdered and not back them up.
Like name?
Somebody that will be basically banished from the party, or even these influencers and stuff like that. Joe Rogan, for example. Joe Rogan is starving for viewers right now.
Jeez.
And because he pissed off enough of the left, and now he's pissing off the right by going back on, criticizing Trump. So he's losing a ton of viewers. Midas Touch. A small-time news channel on YouTube has now...
Midas Touch got more viewers than...
Has now surpassed him by like 30 million or something.
Damn. I like Midas Touch, but I didn't think they were doing that well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't either. It shocked me. I was like,
wow.
But yeah. So,
maybe Rogan needs to team. Maybe Rogan needs to team with Elon. Maybe get Tucker Carlson in there. If you get enough of them, who knows?
That's what I'm saying. They can't do it alone. You can't have these random few influencers pop up and change their mind about it. You have to have a good majority of them come out and say, "Man, we were wrong about this guy, and he's a piece of shit."
Trump is a hell of a foe. He is very formidable. That's why I said that's why I use the airplane example, because whoever rises up first, you're going to get stabbed. I mean, whoever is the first person to rise up and try to orchestrate an army to go against Trump, Trump is going to wound a lot of people. I mean, so people are scared, man.
I mean, Elon is kind of that first pawn, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and he's bleeding. He's been stabbed. Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top of this one.
Yeah. Right now, my money is on Trump. I don't think any conservative right now. And look, I think Trump can snap his fingers and make any conservative in existence go away. I mean, Candace Owens was like, look where she's going now. People are like, I can't believe Candace is losing her fucking mind. All she did was criticize Trump. Same thing with Elon. I mean, I just, my money is on Trump. I got to move it on, no Captain. Appreciate you coming through.
All right, my man. John Stewart, 2028.
We'll see. I would love to have John Stewart get deeper into it. We'll see. What about Stephen A. Smith?
I couldn't see him as a president right now.
All right, I couldn't either.
As a political ambassador, or like maybe a advisor, or maybe a vice president, maybe. But as a president, I just don't think he has the knowledge. I mean, he's a sports commentator. He hasn't been. It's not like he's been a political commentator his entire life. You know, I don't think he really knows the ins and outs.
Fair enough.
And so I couldn't justify supporting him for the same reason I couldn't justify supporting Donald Trump in 2016.
Well said. Appreciate it. All right, Blue. Thanks for coming through.
Yep.
All right, moving on. Thank you. Moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 60,000. Here's a major Blue. I saw that already. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you, folks, for tapping the screen. Get me up to 60,000. Why am I a fool? Because I'm telling you facts. Okay, you guys are discussing that among each other. First time I had two things to do, run the country and survival, had all these crooked guys, you know, and the second time run the country and the world, because you know it's world I'm trying to save. I don't, you know, something. Look, because Trump has said a lot of things like, I could be a much better president if they weren't constantly trying to impeach me, or they weren't always attacking me. And to MAGA, that makes sense because they ignore all of the attacks he's launching. If Trump just was a more personable commander-in-chief, he would probably do a lot better as president and probably get attacked a lot less by liberals. I mean, the liberals are going to attack you no matter what. That's politics. Just like they would attack any liberal, the Republicans are going to attack any liberal no matter what. But the attacks would be less if he wasn't launching so many counterattacks himself. Trump attacks a lot of people. Now, the right just refers to it as trolling, where he's just trolling your snowflake. No, that's the reason why they fucking with him back, is that kind of stuff. You enjoy when he does it, but you don't expect any recourse. Just like with Obama, now that Trump is getting caught up in a lot of stuff, whether it's attacking Iran, he's being criticized for, or separating families, he's constantly bringing up, well, Obama was doing this and Obama was doing that. Well, yeah, what were they saying about Obama when he was actually in president doing it? They were criticizing the hell out of him. Now that Trump is doing some of the same stuff, they're celebrating it. So the other side is going to attack you no matter what. When Obama was separating families and deporting folks, the right wasn't jumping up and down celebrating that he was securing the border. No, they were criticizing the hell out of him. They just found a different reason to criticize him. Even though now that Trump is doing it, it's pretty clear Obama was actually doing what the right wanted in terms of keeping the country safe. They weren't giving him any credit for that. Same thing when it comes to striking other nations. Trump does it, it needs to be done. When Obama was doing it, they were criticizing him. So you're going to get criticized no matter what from the other side. That's going to happen. I can't wait to see the next Democrat president in 2028. In the year 2052. You know, that's an interesting point. Before I go to the next caller, tap the screen, get the lights on up to 60,000. You know, you hear this from the right all the time. The Democrats have no clear leader. They're going to lose in 2028. They don't have a message. What the folks on the right need to understand is that unless Trump changes the Constitution and the laws, because he can't run in 2028 according to the current laws in place, that means the Republican Party don't have a clear leader either. Who can replace Trump and excite the Republican Party as much as Trump did? Do you have any names? Trump has already stated that he don't even see J.D. Vance as being his successor. Who could replace Trump and have that same excitement coming from the Republican Party? Rallies and the participate? Nobody. There's nobody in the Republican Party that's that exciting to the right. So when you're pointing out that the fact that the liberals don't have a clear-cut leader, understand you don't either, unless Trump somehow, some way can run again at like 83 or 84 years of age. So it sounds good to say it about the Democrats, but when you really look into your own, you realize you don't have a current leader either. Trump ain't letting nobody lead. Trump is not going to let anybody take any type of the line or the spotlight while he's in power. So the Republican Party don't have a clear leader either. Kid Rock, somebody said. Didn't it come out that Kid Rock's Nashville restaurant had to warn the immigrants that they had that ICE was about to raid the restaurant? Kid Rock was hiring immigrants at his restaurant. No, Kid Rock ain't gonna do it. There is no one corrupt like Trump to run. All right, well, we'll leave that alone. I'll leave it at that. And by the way, someone said Trump is a Republican president. If you want to talk about slavery, you need to discuss Democrats. No, we're talking about modern slavery. We're talking about modern day slavery. So discussing the Democrats and what they did back in the 17 and 1800s is not relevant in today's time. Because if you're going to discuss the Democrat Party of slavery back in that era, you're going to also talk about how they were the leaders of the Confederate South and all that. That obviously is not relevant now. It's the Republican Party that's talking about the Confederates and renaming bases after the people and things like that. So obviously something is different now. So yeah, we're talking about modern day slavery and Trump using phrases like ownership in conjunction with immigrants. I've never heard in modern time anyone in America talking about owning people other than pimps, people who would be considered as a human trafficker, which is nothing more than a modern form of slavery. Looking in the comments here real quick here, Trump and his anchor babies. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not a huge fan of Trump, but he was 100% the better choice in 2024, and he's already doing a better job than Joe Biden. Well, same D, appreciate the comment. It depends on who you talk to. I'm not going to pretend like there are not areas that Trump may be viewed better than Biden. But there are certainly areas where Trump is being viewed worse. The way immigrants, look, he's better at securing the border, but he's doing a horrible job at managing humanity. I don't think giving Benjamin Netanyahu pretty much freedom to do whatever he wants is something that is going to make Trump's legacy look great. Biden wasn't stopping Netanyahu, but Trump is pretty much talking about owning Gaza and taking it to a whole new level. So I don't think he's managing our overseas conflict, certainly not the one in Gaza between the Palestinians and the Israelis. I don't think he's doing a better job with that than Biden. I think he's doing a worse job. Same thing with the Ukrainian-Russian war. His message has been all over the place. He started out speaking favorably of Russia and accusing the Ukrainians of starting a war. Now he's criticizing Russia and suggesting he may continue helping the Ukrainians. He's not doing a better job than Biden on that war. He's inconsistent. So depends on what you're judging him on. If Jesus came back, the liberals and the conservatives you said if Jesus came back, the liberals and the conservatives would both try to crucify him. Probably some validity to that, because he would be an immigrant, so he wouldn't do very well. He would be an immigrant and probably be called a socialist, right? So I know they wouldn't like him. He would be pro-life and anti-LGBTQ, so the liberals wouldn't like him either. Great comment. However they want you to believe, it has nothing to do with race. Joseph, look, the idea that, it has nothing to do with race is something they've said in America since it's founded. America has always taken note of race. I don't think there's a period in American history where race did not matter. I don't think there's where they were telling you race did matter. They've always been denying it. It's always mattered. I gotta vehemently disagree with you. No matter what era we're talking about, we can talk about all the way back to the founding fathers to now. Race has always mattered in America, and they've always told you it did not matter. Jesus cat videos on YouTube. Let me go back to the 60,000, just about time to come back to the White House and put money in people's pockets. I said this before he got reelected. Get us up to 60,000, I'll take the next caller. I said before Trump got reelected, if you can convince people that you'll put a little bit more money in their pocket, They'll overlook anything. I strongly believe you could bring back slavery. If you keep people financially happy, as long as it ain't gonna happen to them, they'll overlook anything. So that's why we continue to support these politicians. They make promises that they're gonna look out for you, and anything they're doing negative is gonna happen to somebody else that you don't give a damn about. And people fall for it over and over again. Even the Hispanic community, a lot of them believed that Trump was going to have the largest deportation in history and was going to bring misery on other Hispanics, not them. But then when it started happening to them, it suddenly became an issue. But as long as you tell, because the economy was what people were voting for. They were going to ignore every damn thing. As long as you tell people you'll make a little bit more money, you'll have a little bit more in your pocket, they'll overlook anything. You're gonna need those overtime hours. Well, to me, the overtime thing is in the big beautiful bill is not all that great. We're getting close to 60, so I'll take the call soon. But first of all, I don't work on overtime. I'm an independent contractor, so getting no tax on overtime is irrelevant to me. It does nothing for me whatsoever. And there's a whole lot of Americans that work on salary. So in addition to all of the gig workers, and a lot of them are at the bottom end of the socioeconomic scale. I'm talking the DoorDash and Uber drivers or people in the gig economy. None of them are going to see any benefit. Now, tips, maybe, because there are some of those individuals that get tipped. Some of them folks do. But the problem is they put a cap on how much you can be tipped. Before 25 grand, I think it is. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. So anything you make more than 25 grand, you no longer get the benefit of no tax on tips. And the same thing applies to overtime. In addition to capping how much, they also capped how long. It's only for 2 years. That's exceptionally short. Whereas the stuff that was done in terms of the tax cuts for the wealthy, it's indefinite. Why would you give the wealthy benefits that last as indefinite, essentially, years, but you give the people at the bottom something that is only going to last for 2 years? So when they say it's the largest transfer of wealth, this is where the MAGA folks disagree that it's not making the rich richer and the poor poor. Well, think about it. If you're giving the bottom half no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, but it expires in 2 years, but the benefits you gave to the wealthy extend indefinitely, that means 2 years from now, the folks who were enjoying no tax on tips and no tax on overtime are suddenly going to have to start paying taxes again. But the folks at the top are not. So the gap between rich and poor in 2 years is going to get significantly wider, because all of the benefits you were giving the bottom folks, and not only that, not only do they no tax on tips and no tax on overtime expire, now some of them are going to be dealing with the loss of the possible loss of Medicaid and Medicare and some of the other shit. Some of the other SNAP benefits, like if you're making 12, 13 bucks an hour, barely getting by, you might qualify for food stamps. Are you sure you're going to still qualify after Trump reduces SNAP benefits? So you can get hit all over the fucking place. And when I say SNAP, I mean people who are working. I'm not talking some mom that's standing at home popping out a bunch of kids. A lot of people that receive food stamps actually got a job. And remember, we don't want to give them a minimum wage increase. So they're working 10, 12, 13 bucks an hour. If they want to better themselves and go back to school, we don't want to help them out with their student loans either. We're not looking out for them at all. It's just up to them. You're on your own. So this is going to be problematic. I believe it's going to be problematic, but we'll see. Let me go back to the box. I think we're at 60. And it will be the same talking point in 4 years. Don't the rich get rich under the blue states too? There's a lot of validity to that. But Trump was going to be the politician that was going to end that. Remember, he was not a typical politician. He was going to come in there and drain the swamp. He was the guy that was going to do the opposite. Looks like he got in there and gave us more of the same. Mike, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all.
It's 140 people in here. Let's tap the screen, share it live. Let's get Tim up to 75,000.
Appreciate that.
Before we get out of here today. At least 75K. Tim, listen. All Donald Trump is doing is the same old, same old. He's going to lie because he knows that his supporters will believe it. He's lying about the Epstein files, the big beautiful bill, and those tax incentives, whatever you want to call them, that are going to expire in 2 years. That's just to keep people happy and smiling through the primaries. That's all.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't see any way to deny that. That's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally all it is, because you can't explain to me why you have a 10-year deal with 2 or 3 year expirations, which just happens to coincide with primaries and at the end of his administration.
Yep.
And he's given us, he hasn't shown us anything through his integrity or character that would say otherwise. Nothing. Right? Well, think about it. I mean, his MAGA reacts or his supporters on any of your platforms, when you start talking about something that is called alligator Alcatraz, right? Like they're treating this like it's medieval times, and that's where kings were, right? That's where, think about it. UFC at the White House on the lawn. You wonder if he's going to stand up and do thumbs up or thumbs down at the end of the match, right? I mean, Tim, tell me what I'm saying doesn't sound or doesn't fall in line to what we're seeing.
He's a very entertaining president. That's something that, I mean, the guy is a ratings bonanza. I can see Trump doing something like that.
Well, but here's the thing. It would be funny if it wasn't cruel. It would be funny if it wasn't the president of the United States. It would be funny if it was Dana White with UFC, playing a character, but they're playing with people's lives. And he's online talking about other places, just wanting to see inmates try to escape and streaming that shit, right? He said that, right?
Wait, he said what?
Yeah.
He wants to stream inmates trying to escape.
Yeah. Did anybody else in the comments hear or see that yesterday?
You know what that sounds like? For some of you Gen X folks out there, remember the Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that sounds like.
Yeah. I mean, it was, and again, he's showing us who he is. His followers are showing us that they don't care. Like MAGAs and Jeremys, they don't really care. Because if you cared, you wouldn't be on board with this cruelty, right? They continue to show us that they don't care about children. Because
wait.
I heard, and I'm about to tell you.
Explain that, yeah.
I heard and I read that camping area was called Flood Alley.
Yeah.
Did you read that?
I've read that, yes. And not only did I read that, but they tried to get their hands on some early warning sirens, and they were denied the funding, and the funding went to border security.
So that's not the first time that camp,
right,
that retreat has been held there.
Right.
It's been going on for years. Matter of fact, if I remember correctly, Barbara, was it Barbara Bush?
Walters?
Or no, Bush.
First Lady.
Bush Jr. Bush Jr.'s wife.
Well, Barbara his wife is Laura Bush.
Barbara Senior, right?
Okay,
Laura,
that's
Laura,
that.
She used to be a camp counselor at that thing, because her daughter was talking about it yesterday.
Wow.
So they've been having this thing for a while. So my point is this: if we can say that they were trying to make the area safer, but instead Governor Abbott took that money for cruelty, they don't care about these children like they say they do, Tim. Because that's an easy, we're talking about 50 grand for, I mean, again, I've been saying this the whole time. When they talk about these narratives, they're harming people, and they say, well, you're separating, you're deporting the family and you're separating the family. Well, if they would have just came here the right way, that's cruelty. They will hurt their own just to keep this narrative. 2A rights, we talk about it all the time. Do you care about children or don't you? They'd rather have their 2A rights than try to protect children, as if there's no middle ground. They don't care. Show me where they care. Show me where they care.
Well, I mean, I don't have an answer for that.
I'll bring it up again. Anybody got an update on Travis Decker? The reason I keep saying that, Tim, is because I point that out so they understand that their narrative is not lost on us. We're not stupid. You guys are full of shit if you care about children.
But wait a minute, you're talking about how the right doesn't care about kids and how they lack empathy. Alter Ego in the comments states people on the left are telling people not to have empathy for the victims of the flooding in Texas as well, and that is true. So is it lack of empathy on both sides?
If they're listen, I'm gonna call it like I see it. If people are saying don't have empathy, which again, and it's gonna sound crazy, they may be taking that out of context, but I'm not gonna land my plane there. If people are saying that, they're wrong. It's not about empathy it's not about empathy for the victims. It's not about not having empathy for the victims at all. It's the hypocrisy. It's the idea that you can take money to protect the kids. We tell you that you're doing this thing to harm marginalized people. You tell us we're wrong. We're taking it out of context. Then you turn around and you have harm done by the very people that you're trying to, quote unquote, protect. And you're not doing the right things to protect them because you're so focused on harming other people.
Ooh. Yeah, I will say this. If you are one of those folks who post in comments anytime you see an immigrant getting arrested or a mom crying because her husband was deported, and you put in the comments, that's what we voted for, deport them all and things like that. If something to you, you are going to be one of those folks that the Democrats are saying, yay, I'm glad he got ran over by a bus or something like that. Let's say gets negative energy. So if you're celebrating the misery of others, if something happens to you, people are going to celebrate what happened to you as well. And that's what I believe, and I'm not defending it, but I'm just stating this because I do understand it. I believe that's what the liberals are using anytime any right-leaning immigrant gets deported, or when what happened in southern Texas, because most of that's red country down there. They're going to celebrate the misery of those who voted for misery.
Listen, Tim, the hypocrisy of white America and those and the others that follow Donald Trump, the hypocrisy. Even handsome conservative in the comments right now, when we talk about, but the Democrats are for driving unborn children, right? It's like, again, here's the problem I have. The right loves to debate the nuances, and they don't want to settle on the foundation.
But speaking of that, listen to this comment. Carlos San Andres says, we are built on laws. What happened to listening to our Constitution? That is law. Your leader is talking about running for a third fucking term.
Right. And again, Tim, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Constitution was written for white men, by white men, for white men. The Constitution was written by white men, for white men. And therefore, the guardrails they put in the Constitution were to protect them from who? White men.
Yeah.
Meaning, they understand the evils that they do. You remember when Trump said, when somebody asked him about police and black, officers unaliving black people, and he goes, well,
so are white people.
White, right?
Yeah.
So white. But here's the funny part about it. I don't disagree with them. But the funny thing is, have you ever seen white folk march for the evils that police do to white folks? Have you ever seen it?
I've seen it once, but no, on average, no, they don't do it.
Now, why is that?
Because it ain't.
If it's a problem,
yeah,
right? Three out of 5 unalives that happen. Officers are unaliving white men. 3 out of 5. So the other 2 out of 5 are minorities, but the population doesn't prove that to be a purport.
Well, but the argument is going to be blacks would not get manhandled by police if they didn't commit so much crime.
And again, but they don't use that same argument for their own, right? You can't have an argument the same way. If Trump is saying that, is he saying that those 3 men that are unalive are animals? Are they saying that those 3 white men that are unalive weren't raised properly? Are they saying that if they would just follow the law and put their hands at 10 and 2? You're not hearing any of that.
No, because he certainly didn't say that Ashley Babbitt should have followed the law and listened to instructions. So no, he's not going to say that for his own side. No, of course not.
And again, and why? because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because if you bring that to the forefront, then there is a problem with police brutality.
Yeah. In regards to that stuff, even a lot of the police officers admit that being a person of color is not a good thing when it comes to dealing with police. I mean, the only way this doesn't look bad is if the people of color ignore all of U.S. history. I mean, that's who was primarily used to enforce Jim Crow and racism. I mean, that's who. If I went into the wrong neighborhood, it wasn't the citizen that fucked with me. They often use the police to carry out their wishes. That's why the relationship between blacks and police is still bad to this day. Even the Karens and stuff they talk about, they usually call police. So the police are the ones that they use as an instrument to carry that out. So yeah, of course you're going to have a lot of African Americans. The minute they encounter a cop, they got a chip on their shoulder because that's the history of the country.
That's right. Well, and the irony is, you actually made me think about it. You use the word Karen, and Karens are part of our lexicon now, right?
They always were. They just weren't called Karens.
I know. But do you know when they started being called Karens? Do you know when that came into our lexicon?
No.
2016. I just wanted to give you that. Yeah, I just wanted to give you that fun fact.
Oh.
Right? Yes. So it aligns with.
Is it named? Why did they pick the name Karen? Is it based on a real person?
Oh, no, it's built on stereotypes. It's built on the stereotype of, white woman being called the name Karen, and all of those things that come with that stereotype. But let me say this: Sherbert was on your show earlier.
Right.
See, here's the thing. And people need to understand this. Sherbert is what white America is afraid of. They're not afraid of us. This is why CRT, DEI, woke, Southern strategy, all of these dog whistles and gaslightings are in place because they don't want white men and white women to think like Sherbert.
They would be ninja lovers. They would be ninja lovers.
They don't want them to think that somehow that the cruelties of this country are actually relevant and real and still exist, because then you have a smaller coalition. That's why Lindsey Graham said we don't have enough young angry white men back in 2012, right?
Yeah.
How do you make them angry? You get them to believe that they are being sought after, that they are all of a sudden the hunted and not the hunter.
Ooh. I think replacement theory has been a very good instrument of that.
Yeah, and listen, why do you think they were marching in Charlottesville? They will not be replaced.
Yeah.
And somehow, and the funny thing is that somehow that's any minority's mission. I've never ever had a conversation with any minority about replacing or eradicating white folks in my life. I've never heard it other than I've heard it between fringe groups that have that rhetoric. But in the course of a normal conversation, when have you ever heard it, Tim?
I don't know how you could do it. I mean, if you go to black communities, I would just say the white community has tentacles everywhere. Even if you're in a hardcore black community, chances are there are whites that own properties in your neighborhood. They're hiring people. They control a lot of what's going on. Even in, an area that might be 99% black, whites still control quite a bit. You go to an all-white area, chances are it's owned and operated by white people. Nobody else has any control of it. So even if minorities wanted to replace them, I don't know how they could do it.
Well, again, it's not even thought. All we want to do, and all we've been taught. Well, not all, but one of the things growing up, I know you did it with your daughters. I did it with mine. Anybody that is a minority would probably agree to this. We were taught, and we teach to make it home safe. We have to have a conversation with our children about when they're driving and when they get pulled over, what to do. We have to have that conversation. You have a dereliction of duty if you don't teach your children that, and there's a reason for it. But that's why I say sometimes. Go ahead.
Well, where do you think a comment like this come from? I'm trying to see if I can read the name here. This is Two Doubles, please. Says, I'm Native American and treated as white, but the black population has the most power. Why are there folks that believe, he's not the only one that believes. A lot of folks believe that whites are being discriminated against, whites are victims. And why would somebody believe that the black community has the most power in this country?
Because they're working to assimilate, and they bought into this assimilation because this country's had 47 presidents, one was black, none have been women. If you look at the Senate, if you look at Congress, if you look at most cities, if you look at most leadership, if you look at CEOs of corporations, if you look at the top 1%, you're going to find a very small percentage of that is of any minority. So I don't know where they get it from.
Yeah, it makes no sense when you look at the demographics, like you said, across the board. The most property is owned by whites, the most managerial positions, political. Like, how do they got more power? Unless the whites are just giving it to them. It makes no sense.
And where are they doing that at? Is there a line somewhere where white folks is in line getting rid of their white privilege and taking black oppression? Because I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them. Matter of fact, you remember what was the doctor's name? What was her name? Jean. What's her name? Where she did that one study and she asked, and there is nobody on alive you've ever had that would change places with me if they're white. They wouldn't change their life from my life if I was one of the richest men on earth because I'm still black.
Yeah.
And that's just, listen, people don't like to hear it, but I'm gonna say this: art imitates life, correct? Jane Elliott, thank you, Miss Mobed. I knew my boo was gonna know it. Jane Elliott. Art imitates life. Tim, tell me a movie that has imitated the oppressions that white people have felt by other minorities in this country or around the globe. Show me a movie that depicts that.
Depicts white people as the victim of it?
Yeah. Because, again, art imitates life. We have movies like Remember the Titan.
There's a host of them for blacks.
I know. Tell me one that we've ever seen in a book, in a movie, in a TV, where you can see them, because it hasn't happened. Yeah. They can't relate to the oppression and the things we've dealt with because they've been on the other end of it.
Yeah, I don't know any movie where they
Listen, we can produce a movie called The Avengers with motherfuckers flying through space and meeting Thanos and going back in time and Infinity Stones. We can do all of this creative shit in avatars, and nobody came up with the script that showed it the other way around ever.
Yeah.
What did it say, Tim?
What about Planet of the Apes?
yeah, exactly. The only one was when that's my point, Tim.
Yeah, I don't know any movie that portrays. I don't know, and obviously whites are, in America throughout history, most of the movies are produced and written by white people, and they have never put out a movie that portrays them as victims of oppression. I don't. If they were victims, it seemed like they would put out a movie to show that, and they have not done it. I can't think of any movie.
A biography, something where that shows somehow. The only thing they do is fear monger when they have a case of a minority doing something to someone white, and then they use it to fear monger, but then they say that we're fear mongering, right?
Yeah. I hear it all the time.
That's why I keep bringing up, and I know I'm going to land my plane here and let you. That's why I keep bringing up Travis Decker, because if they cared about kids and children and the harm, then Travis Decker's face would still be on national news for unaliving his 3 daughters. But he's not.
Yeah. I think both sides claim to care about kids when it will further their narrative politically. Once it loses value, they don't care nothing about it. Like, for instance, I'll tell you, like, Trump is going down to southern Texas on Friday. Most folks are suggesting that if what happened in southern Texas happened in southern California, he wouldn't be talking about going out there. I mean, he's doing it and the liberals do stuff like that too. But my guess is, people will only care about what will help them out politically in terms of politics.
Well, think about it back to Texas when his press secretary talked about it. All the words were glowing. Our hearts go out to the lost angels and the lost souls, and they're doing everything. Signed and told Texas and baked cookies and all this shit. But when it came to California, he was trying to strip resources. Yeah. He demonized everybody. It's just, but again, this is obvious to us, but there are people that will say, well, what about? Well, what about?
Well, I think that when Trump,
Tim Walz.
yeah, well, I think no, he did. He said he wasn't going to call him because he was an incompetent governor, and he never did call Tim Walz. I think the difference is when Trump does that stuff, MAGA agrees, so it's not viewed as negative.
Yeah. Well, here's again. It's just like MAGA React. California was rich people versus kids. That's the ignorance that Trump counts on to support his narrative. That's the ignorance that they look for, because it's really about empathy and humanity, and he has none. You know, he's a narcissist. He's a narcissist, and I'll say this, Tim. The more people make excuses for them, the further down the rabbit hole they go, and they just continue to verify. You can't expect people to have empathy for you when something eventually happens to you, when you've been smiling while everything has been happening to them. You just can't. That's not a real expectation.
And that's what I said. I agree with that last part. Mike, I do got to go, but I totally agree with that. If you don't have empathy for others, the minute you fall on hard times, nobody's going to have empathy for you. Thanks for coming through, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, later.
All right. Moving on with the comments here. What's needed is a blackout. A Monday where we don't move a muscle, don't spend a dime, catch up on sleep and rest. Don't leave the house, don't turn on social media, call it a Black Monday. I don't think that would have any value. I'll tell you why. I used to do Uber, I used to drive for Uber and make videos on Uber and Lyft and how bad they treat the drivers in the ride sharing world. And they often attempted to do something similar to what you're suggesting in rapid fire, one-day strikes and things like that. If your employer or whoever you're trying to deliver a message to knows that you're only doing it for one day, in most cases they can hold out for that one day. If you didn't buy anything in America at all for one day in effort to punish retailers, for instance, they already know on the next day they're going to sell twice as much, because people are going to come out and shop heavier the next day because they didn't buy anything the day before. You're not really hurting anybody. The only way strikes or these, I'm not buying, I'm not participating in your world, the only way this stuff works is when you do it indefinitely. I used to say this when I made the Uber videos, because I've worked for corporations where we went on strike. I used to be a electrical brother, what is it, IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I used to be in that union. Also was in the CWA, I think it is, for UPS, United Parcel Service. I was an unloader. I was in their union as well. And I've been on strikes for both companies. When you go on strike, the only way a strike works is you go on an indefinite strike until your issues are addressed. You know, well, I'm going on strike for 2 days and I'm going to start back on Monday. The person is just going to wait the 2 fucking days. The only way doing any of this shit works is when you do it indefinitely. I'm not coming back until you address my issue. Otherwise, they're not going to address your issue. So, no, I don't think that a blackout for one day would have much value. Looking in the comments, Bud Light got super cooked over the LGBTQ of Mulvaney or whatever his name was. And it did well because, they got cooked over because they did it indefinitely. They didn't say, I'm not going to buy Bud Light for 1 or 2 days. They did it indefinitely. It was homophobic. There was no beer sold with a transgender person on it. They actually sponsored the individual by sending that individual some cans of beer with her face on it. They didn't put any of that stuff in stores or anything. Folks are just so transphobic. The notion that the company would even associate with one of those people was enough to boycott them. It's a lot of transphobia. That's how it works. Looking in the comments, Essence Fest is being sponsored by Target. Dude, I followed you, but I see now I don't need to. Says dude. Well, sorry to lose you on that. Somebody said I followed you, but I see I don't need to. It's a fucking movie. How about talking about life? Huh? I don't get that. All right, you talk about my last caller, but moving on with the program. You don't go to church on Sundays no more, LOL. No, I don't. Looking in the comments real quick, and by the way, thank you for the support. Denkow, good evening, or welcome to the show. Did you hear Trump Denkow talking about ownership for farmers?
Yeah, I'm the one who told you about that yesterday.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
The other video, but you didn't.
I found the actual video now.
Right.
Yeah. What about, is it possible that maybe he was just taken out of context? Do you really think the man wants to bring back slavery? Yeah. Thank you.
I'm not a MAGA. I'm not about to try to figure out a way around what he said and give him all types of excuses and whataboutisms and maybe, this like MAGA Reacts took the fucking cake today. He was in rare form. He was in rare form today, man. You had him, that dude dead to rights, and he was still humana. But then he got mad at you for pointing out what he said.
Yeah. MAGA Reacts is a different breed, man. He's a different breed.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, like earlier, somebody was saying something about, black people had the most power now. I just looked it up real quick. We got 813 billionaires in this country. How many of them you think are black?
Is it even 10?
It's 16.
Exactly.
16 out of 813, and they saying we got the most power. Look at Congress. Look at how many people are in power in the government. Don't try to gaslight me and tell me we really in charge. We just don't know it.
Yeah. No, there's. I mean, it sounds wacky, but the individual that stated that suggested that he got passed up for a job or something. He's a Native American, and he said, I got passed up for a job. So he's basing it on his own personal experience. He says on jobs, but a person telling me I was the wrong color. So apparently somebody chose not to hire him, and I guess they hired a black person. So he's using that as some kind of way to designate that all black people have it better. I don't know where he's getting it from.
Look, I don't know the person, but I would say that's bullshit because no fucking body who's doing the hiring is going to tell you to your fucking face that it's because of your color, because that's a damn lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah,
nobody would tell you it's because of your color. So if you're saying that, you're insinuating, and also it sounds like you can't believe that a black person was more qualified or a better fit for that company.
What about what Johnny 11 in the comments is stating? He's claiming that the black community tried to bring DEI back.
Bring it back? Like we didn't invent DEI. What is he talking about? Bring it back? DEI was a reaction to the terrible way that we treated it in this country. We didn't invent it. We didn't bring it in the beginning, and we didn't bring it back.
I don't like. You've probably heard me give this rant what I'm about to say, and that is, we've always had DEI. It just wasn't called DEI. We knew the next school principal, the next judge, the next police chief was going to be a white guy. That's most of U.S. history, probably at least up to from the late 1700s when we were founded, probably well into the 1960s, 1970s, some areas of the country, 1980s. We knew the next position of leadership in virtually every damn city across the country, except for a few, was going to be a white guy. That's DEI. We just didn't call it that.
Right, and then a few of us that did get jobs, they said we were somehow getting preferential treatment in a few positions that we got.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, because the idea that someone would suggest in 2025 that black people are in charge is like, there are plenty of places in the country you can go where there's no black people even in existence. They're just not even there. How can they be in charge? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know what Johnny is talking about. We bringing it back, like the people who invented the DEI, who came up with the DEI, was not black people. It were people who understood that they did a shitty job in the treatment of people of color.
Yeah, that's where the problem is. If you mistreat one group of people for a significant period of time, the only way you can make things fair is to put some restrictions on how the other group is treated. I mean, because a lot of folks wanted to say, look, the minute the civil rights era gave people of color some form of equality, let's just all be equal now. Let's just overlook the fact that we've been holding you back for 40 years and we own all the land and the money and the properties. But you're equal now. You do have a chance. I mean, it's like you have a race and you let somebody run half the track and then you let the other guy go, well, but you're running now. Yeah, but he's a half a length behind. Well, but you're able to run now. If you don't handicap the guy up front, he's going to always win the race. They don't want to address that.
Yeah, and then criticize the guy for losing. Why did he fucking lose?
Yeah, he had victim mentality.
He can jump higher. Like, why did he lose?
He had victim mentality. That's why he's complaining he lost. That's what. So what about what's on the screen there, the Epstein list? They're now suggesting no list exists.
Man, we all know. And yeah, I wanted to chime in on that because Alex Jones was on his program almost crying. It's a bunch of these far-right people that are just not happy. Tucker Carlson, and I know we look at them as fringe, but that's a lot of where the MAGA base gets their information from.
Yeah.
They is not taking this lightly.
Really? But is it enough that it's going to change their attitude towards Trump?
Look, we just like you guys were saying before, yeah, it's going to take some people to get stuck. You know, the analogy you used about the plane. Look, Candace Owens, she came out and she getting jabbed.
She got shanked like crazy. But we knew she was going to get shanked. We already knew she was going to get it.
And now Tucker, and you got, what's the guy on the podcast?
Rogan.
Like, you getting enough people. And I'm not saying that they're going to continue on, but I'm saying he's going against a lot of this is diehard stuff. When all of them people, when Bondi and them was talking about it's on my desk, and they had them people come out of the White House with those big binders saying this is the beginning of all the Epstein information we got, and they told us, look, it's coming, we just got to finish up our redaction, and now to come out and say there's nothing to see here?
Wow.
That's the only way MAGA-ites could respond is I don't really care. Because there's no way he could
There's no defense for it. Yeah, there's no defense for it. I mean, but let's say they were able to prove, and let me ask you this way. Elon claimed that Trump is on the list. Do you believe Elon?
Yes. Wow. Elon would not have came out, and I don't believe he would have put his whole life and reputation on the line for a lie. I don't believe that.
I can't. Because I don't totally trust Elon, but I will say this. Whereas I somewhat agree with you, because Trump has shown that if you lie on him in his image, he will sue you. He's suing law firms and all. And oddly enough, he's not suing Elon. That speaks volumes.
Right. And now we see him with Putin. Now he talking about Putin. He cussing and stuff about Putin. I don't like the way that conversation went down because Putin told him to go fuck yourself.
But Trump was supposed to be the guy that was going to make America more respected on the world stage.
Right, and now he's talking about going against the exact shit that MAGA say they're not for, which is now he's talking about giving more weapons to Ukraine, but they ain't gonna say a fucking word because that means they would have flip-flopped 3 times now from the beginning when Trump started out saying, I gave more weapons than Obama did. I gave them handheld rockets and he gave them blankets. So he started out saying he was giving them weapons against Russia. Then somehow he turned around and said, we shouldn't give them shit. And now he's saying that we going to start back giving them weapons. And what are they going to say now when you ask them, where do you stand on giving weapons to these foreign people who don't do shit for us?
Well, I've said before, I mean, at the end of the day, the belief is that the liberals are going to destroy the country and they're going to trust Trump no matter what direction he goes in. Even if the direction he's going in changes tomorrow and he goes in the other direction, they're still going to see him as a much better choice than Kamala or Biden. So he can just go back and forth, zigzag, change principles, and for the most part, they're going to kind of go with him, or at the very least continue supporting him. And we're seeing that. Your example of the Ukrainian war is a perfect example of how he first bragged he was helping the Ukraine, next bragged that the Ukraine was starting World War III and they were corrupt, and now is talking about he may help them out again. And MAGA's just zigzagging back and forth right along with him on that. So I don't have an answer for that.
And now Johnny's on here talking about, well, Biden never talked about peace deals. Not once. No shit, because Biden was trying to help them win their sovereignty. He wasn't interested in a ceasefire after half the damn country was taken. He wanted them to prevent them from being overtaken, period.
Not only that,
It's
but
not about offering a peace deal after motherfucker got half your damn house.
and even Trump is admitting now that Russia doesn't want to end the war. So there was no peace deal. If Biden had offered a peace deal and let Russia maintain parts of Ukraine, the right would have been saying under Biden's watch, Russia became bigger and stronger and they were able to take over the Ukraine. So you would have been criticizing the peace deal regardless. Whether he continued helping the Ukrainians fight or if he led the Ukrainians to surrender part of their country to the Russians, you're going to criticize him either way. I mean, he wasn't going to win that argument either way.
Right. And I don't get it. Trying to have a conversation with some of the MAGA men is like, you can't take any solid position on anything because he has said the opposite. So when you try to have a conversation with them, they'll say, well, he said this. Well, I can give you a situation. I can show you on a videotape where he said the opposite.
Well, I'm not disagreeing that MAGA is not always wrong in pointing to similarities that people complain about that Biden or Obama may have done. But what I often point out is deflecting to Biden or deflecting to Obama is not a defense of Trump. You're just saying he did it too. You're not, if somebody accuses Trump of, say, separating families or mistreating immigrants, bringing up Biden is not, or bringing up Obama is not a defense of Trump. I mean, you're just saying, well, he did it too, but that doesn't make Trump look any better because you were saying that Obama sucked when he was doing that stuff.
Right, and when you have a conversation, when you try to have a conversation about the Epstein list, we have all of the conversations, everything that they were talking about. He came out and said, look, I'm instructing them to release everything from MLK, JFK, the Epstein files, everything. Then they revealed the tape of the Epstein, supposed suicide, and now it's a minute missing out of the tape. And now they got Pam Bondi trying to explain, well, all the tapes have about a minute out of them when you do. She's a damn lie. Ain't no recording of any substance, especially if something so high profile, where every tape you make got a minute missing out of.
She did say that. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? She did say that. Like, why wouldn't you fix that? Why is there a minute missing?
And then she talking about, well, we trying to find it now. What do you mean you trying to find it? They got one recording. What do you mean you trying to find the missing minute?
Well,
it's kind of like finding Hillary's 33,000 emails.
Yeah, my guess is that this was happening under a liberal. The same tune that the right has about this would be far greater. It would be way worse.
It would be intolerable. It would be intolerable. It would be intolerable if Barack Obama was standing in Alligator Alcatraz and saying, look, we're thinking about having them possibly, maybe owning some white people, we might.
Yeah, you think he really wants to bring back slavery talking like that though?
Bro, he said what he said, man. He said we're putting it together. He said we're gonna have it to where they can be responsible or even have ownership.
Owner responsibility is what he said. Yeah.
And they'll be responsible for them. So what do you think happens when you give somebody, another human being, and basically tell them you're responsible for them? They have no recourse if you do something bad to them, because they can always just say, you did something wrong and now you deported. They get no due process. What is that? It's not whether I think it is or you think it is. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And they can say all that. Well, Alcatraz, it's not really that bad. I'm sitting over here going back and forth with MAGA Reacts. He talking about, out in the Everglades, we used to go out there all the time and hang out and swim and look at dicks and nothing never happened to us. I said, they talking about moving these grown-ass men out there in a place where they're vulnerable to the elements and they're literally living in fucking tents. And you know what he told me?
Go ahead.
Luckily, they got the cages on the inside.
Well, you can't make this shit up. I don't have any Jesus Christ. I gotta go, DK. I don't have any answer for that. I just do not. That is insane. That's fucking insane. But
and just one last thing.
Go ahead.
I always try to end off with something. When somebody gets up there and says that all the money going to USAID was all fraudulent and nobody's going to be affected by it, where do they think all of that food that American farmers were growing that was being sent to these foreign countries for these impoverished people, where do they think that food was going if they said it wasn't helping nobody?
To bad guys, maybe guerrilla warriors. I mean, I've talked to people, and I've had people tell me that they believe 100% of what we were sending USAID was being used fraudulently. It makes no sense. I agree with you 100%. It makes no sense, but they were totally okay with terminating any funding going to USAID because they believe 100% of that was fraud. They bought into what Elon Musk was saying. They didn't ask him for any proof until he said Trump was on the Epstein list. So, no answer.
One more quick funny thing, though. Did you see today or yesterday we had Netanyahu, the war criminal, giving Trump the thing saying, I'm recommending you for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Another country, another country recommended him too, though, didn't they?
Pakistan, and they pulled it back the next day.
Why did they even do that to begin with?
Bro, everybody's trying to get into his favor, man. They try for financial reasons. Yeah, I could see it, but the next day he bombed Iran and they pulled the recommendation.
Jeez. All right, then, Cal. Appreciate you coming.
All right.
He may get that Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, just buy your way into it. I mean, you provide favors, quote unquote favors, to enough countries and get enough recommendations. But I don't, to me, the way we're treating immigrants in this country, if you're on social media, Facebook, Instagram, well, shit, you're on here now. You're on various forms of social media looking at my ass. If you gotta ask us, the people who live in other countries, ask them in their country, what do they think of Trump? It's not good, folks. It's not. There are aspects of Trump that people in other countries like. Securing the border is a good aspect. You don't want anybody coming in the damn country unvetted. It's the way he's doing it, though. Because we're kicking people out that have zero to do with securing the border. Some would suggest a lot of this is racism. Listen, Biden let a lot of people in under asylum claims. They weren't vetted. We didn't know who they were. That's securing the border. But when you're talking about ending birthright citizenship, or you're kicking somebody out that did a full tour in the U.S. military, but they got a DUI or something, that ain't securing the border. And all of that's in there too. There's a lot of people being kicked out. People who are being grabbed at a court date. You're not securing the border if this person is showing up to go to court and actually do things as legal as possible. That's not part of securing the border. Or hanging around Home Depot. And they're seeing this shit in other countries. They're definitely seeing it. So ask folks if you got access to people internationally, because remember, Trump was going to be the guy that was going to make us respected worldwide. If you got access to people who live in other countries, see what they're saying. My guess is it's not good. Certainly not among our allies and other first world countries. It's not good. People see what we're doing here as draconian. We're treating people as if they're less than human. And they're getting video footage and all of that shit about what's happening. Looking in the comments, I think if you did a 2-year consecutive term, you cannot run for a third, but Trump did not get a second consecutive term. No, that's not how it's meant. I think it's if you do, you can only get 2 terms. And I think they had because Ford replaced the late no, not late when Nixon got kicked out. Ford replaced him. And I think there's even there's because he didn't do a full Ford didn't do a full term. There's something in there, you cannot run for a third term. There's no language in there that allows that. You cannot run for a third term. And people are trying to in favor of Trump, and I don't understand this because we talked about Reagan, we talked about John McCain, we talked about Bernie Sanders, and obviously Joe Biden, too old to run. They were too old. Even with Ronald Reagan, people talked about his age. They said the same about John McCain, Bernie Sanders. Trump is older than all of them folks. When Trump is the oldest president as of inauguration day that we've ever had, and we're suggesting to give him another 4 years, that means Trump, who is currently 79, we are talking about potentially having him in office for another 7.5 years. And he's currently 79. So you're expecting him to be in office till he's 87 if he serves a second term. And you're expecting him to be upbeat and his cognitive abilities to not decline at all. 87. That's insane. That's insane. So no, and that's if you can change all of the rules in the Constitution to allow him to run again. There's a lot of love for Trump that I don't understand at that level. 87. Trump has been slipping mentally, says Further Great. I am hearing some of the folks from his first term that's suggesting that he is not as cognitively strong as he was, but he doesn't appear to be like Biden. So people are like, I think what Trump is selling is so enticing to folks who support him that they would ride with him until he's 87. They would still ride with him because, as I stated earlier in the live, while folks are criticizing the Democrats as not having a good leader and therefore not having a good chance to win in 2028, other than Trump, the Republicans don't have a strong leader either. So if he's not able to alter the Constitution and run again for a third term, who's going to replace him? There's no real strong leader in the Republican Party that can get the adoration and excitement from the Republicans that Trump can. Trump has already stated he don't see J.D. Vance as following him up. He stated that he don't see J.D. Vance as his successor. He said that. And Marco Rubio, do you see him as getting anywhere near the love and adoration as Trump? Probably not. Who else would it be? So when you say that the Democrats don't have a strong leader, understand that Republicans don't right now either. It's not fine with Biden. Dems themselves don't think it's fine. DeSantis or Abbott? DeSantis, I think would be even though I lean left, I think DeSantis is a good choice. I think he could be. If Trump got behind him, I think DeSantis would probably be one of the strongest choices for the Republican Party. Abbott, he's in a wheelchair and things like, I think DeSantis is a stronger choice. I just think he's better spoken. I mean, the Republicans love Texas Governor Abbott as well, but I think DeSantis would be a better choice. Vance is really good. His wife, I'm just gonna leave it at that. His wife, I see the Republican Party tearing them apart. That's why Vivek Ramaswamy got out of the mainstream, the limelight, and I don't think Vivek Ramaswamy is going to win the governorship in Ohio either. Right now, it's just not a good time to be brown. just telling you, I hate to say it that way. It's not a good time to be brown. I don't think the Republican Party would promote Vance to that position. I just don't. I mean, his wife would become an issue. When you start talking about making her actual first lady, I think it would become an issue. Every person of color that has tried to run for the nation's highest office has met stiff resistance from the Republican Party. Obama, Kamala Harris, Nikki Haley became Nimrata, and they started going after Vivek Ramaswamy as well. Every person of color, we can talk about Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton back in the 80s too, of course, but I'm talking about recently. Obama, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Kamala Harris. It became you're from another country. They started using the derivatives of their names. All of a sudden, Hussein became more important than Barack and Obama. He was a Muslim. Now, Obama's been out of office now, 8 years? There's no sign that that guy was a Muslim. Have you heard him attending any mosque since he left the presidency? He's not a Muslim, but they were using that. So, yeah, being a person of color right now, I don't think Vivek Ramaswamy is going to be it. I just don't. Vance is very hard to figure out. Does anyone know what he stands for? He stands for what Trump is running on. That's my opinion. I think that Mike Pence was more principled than J.D. Vance was. I mean, I think Mike Pence was a true blue traditional conservative. J.D. Vance is Trump. I just think he's MAGA. He's kind of like what Vivek Ramaswamy was trying to be. Whatever he goes for, I'm going to back him and endorse it. Doesn't matter. If he changes his mind tomorrow, I'm going to change my mind too and continue backing and endorsing his new direction. Mike Pence was not that kind of guy. So I think Mike Pence was more principled than J.D. Vance. Real quick in the comments here. Thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Get your boy up to 80,000. Vivek has been quiet as fuck. Well, like I said, I don't think Vivek has the love and adoration of his party anymore. I just don't think right now is a good time to be Brown. Trump testified against Epstein. You can Google that. Yeah, he did. But the idea that he also promised that he was going to release the Epstein list, and it looks like now he's clearly lied about it. But they also promised more than that. I want you to hear this clip. We played it earlier in the broadcast.
Maybe releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
And none of those have been released.
The DOJ,
the JFK, the Martin Luther King, none of that stuff has been released. So it's looking like he just reneged on all of that shit. So now we know the Epstein files allegedly do not exist, so we're not going to get the Epstein files. Have you heard anything else being mentioned about the MLK or JFK files? It just sounds like, I want to be wrong on this, but in my opinion, it just kind of sounds like Trump said what he needed to say to get people who really want to know what's in those files to vote for him. The JFK, there's a lot of conspiracies around a lot of that shit. Certainly with the JFK and Epstein files, a lot of conspiracies. And a lot of people in the black community believes that the FBI or, white supremacists or something like that took out MLK, believe there are conspiracies in that. They don't believe that the guy who was charged with doing it is the actual killer. In fact, MLK's family don't even believe that guy took his life. So it just sounds like he said what people wanted to hear to put himself in their good graces. But it doesn't look like he's going to release any of that stuff. Have you heard Trump recently talking about anything about the JFK or MLK files? He's not even talking. Trump is a person of color. Orange lives matter, says she. Well, he's a person of inauthentic color. He's literally painting himself. Just look at his eyes. You can see his real color. The white eyes around his eyes, you can see what his real color is. They are all turning on Trump now. I don't know about that. Some folks are. Not enough. You don't see anybody in Congress or the Senate really turning on Trump. None of the governors are really doing it to any significance. And the few that are doing it are immediately resigning. So you turn on Trump and you resign, then it doesn't matter. I mean, then you turn it on. It's not like you're going to, like Joe Manchin, Kristen Sinema, they were voting against Biden and they stayed the course. So they stayed in Biden's whole term and fucked up a lot of his legislation. We'll see if that's what happens from the senator in North Carolina that said he's not going to run for a second term. We'll see if that's what happens. I don't expect that to happen. Same thing with Mitch McConnell. Trump said a lot of negative shit about Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell's stepping down next year, but he's not going against Trump's legislation. I mean, he's still helping him out. In fact, I believe he's one of the ones that made the quote that people will get used to not having Medicare, Medicaid. They'll get used to it. So he's not doing anything different. Trump's mother was Scottish like the first James Bond. Never heard that. The cults will always love him. I'm talking about non-MAGA who voted for Trump. All right, fair enough. Traditional Republicans. Okay, fair enough. There's not anyone alive that cannot have issues with Trump if he misunderstands something or feels threatened. I agree with that. If Trump feels like you're attacking him, you're going to have issues with him. You're going to have issues with him. And I think that Trump could make virtually any Republican resistance disappear right now. I don't know if any Republican out there has power if they're constantly being attacked by Trump. Once he starts attacking you, your days are numbered. If my easy to answer questions have been blocked, changed, or question mark, don't know anything about that. Real quick, continuing on. I don't know what I'm looking at here, but Jeremy990, good evening, Jeremy. Welcome to the program. Yeah, all that Cheeto does is answer. Jeremy, good evening.
Hello, Tim. Hello, Tim. I had to go on my alt account because I got blocked on my main. So, how you doing?
I'm doing good, but I'm trying to find out why all of a sudden there's no Epstein list in existence.
Yeah, I'm suspicious of that too. The only thing that I think could moderate President Trump of being on the list is if maybe foreign powers that control him and were on that list, and he was told not to talk about it.
So,
and again, like a long shot. So I don't really believe this is what's happening. I'm pretty sure he's on that list. But if he's not, then my guess is maybe some people at Netanyahu knows is on there. After all, there's that whole question about was Epstein a Mossad agent?
Wow. Would it change? Now you voted for Trump. Would it change your view of him at all if you found that he was on the list?
Remember, I already told you. Remember?
Yeah, you did.
I would have voted Libertarian.
Wow.
No, you go back.
Yeah. I know. Well, I guess to some degree, maybe you aren't as much. Sometimes you're MAGA in my opinion, but sometimes you sound a little different because you're saying you do believe he's on the list, though.
Yeah. Again, like the whole reason why I was MAGA, but then I chose to go back on what I said was because he went back on all of his promises. He's not the same guy he claimed to be winning the election. So if I was getting the Trump that I thought I was getting, I'd be making you wear that red hat. I'd be like, you better put on that hat right now.
You know something? If Trump actually did what he campaigned on and only that, I mean, there would be I would certainly have some problems with him still, but it wouldn't be nowhere near this bad. Like, if he campaigned on getting rid of rapists and murderers, making sure we knew who was in our country and securing the border, I don't think that's a bad idea. Getting rid of grandmas and birthright citizenship is something totally different. Like the TPS status. He's gotten rid of temporary protected status. First he did it to Cubans and Venezuelans, which a lot of them voted for him. Then he did it to Haitians, suggesting that Haiti is safe to return to, which is an outright lie according to the U.S. State Department. Today he did it to Honduras and Nicaraguans. So all of these folks are legal. This is millions of people that came here legally that are being deported. Haitians, Venezuelans, Cubanos, Nicaraguans, and Honduras. All of those folks with TPS came here legally.
Well, some of those people, some of that protection is kind of dubious to begin with, and I don't know. I don't think we should have given to everybody that we gave it to.
Okay, I get that, but they're not illegal immigrants.
Right. Like the thing is, I would think that they should just retry going through the system. And hey, here's the thing. I'm going to rip on Trump when I think he's doing something wrong, and so far he's managed to lose my votes. He's done enough where I think he has done too much wrong as it is. One thing I can't disagree on is I think that a lot of these ICE raids are necessary. A lot of them are. And I don't feel bad for that one. I don't feel bad for Rodrigo Garcia. He was treated pretty damn nicely.
You believe Rodrigo Garcia deserved to be sent to prison indefinitely?
Dude, did you see the prison, quote unquote, that he was in? It looks like
I don't care if it's your fucking bathroom. Indefinitely?
Indefinitely.
What did he do that's that bad?
The guy wasn't, wait, hold on. The guy wasn't a good guy. Now he's being prosecuted in the United States for the very crimes that people were saying, you don't know that he did that. Yeah.
Jeremy, you could murder somebody and not go to prison indefinitely. What has he done that's that bad?
Human trafficking.
Indefinitely.
You think I'm going to side with a human trafficker?
You don't even have proof he human trafficked. He's never been charged with that.
He's being prosecuted for that now. He's being prosecuted for that now.
Yeah, they pulled him over on a traffic stop, and they saw that he had extra seats in his car, and the cops said it looks like you might be human trafficking. They let him go. They didn't charge him with a damn thing.
There's more evidence than that, dude.
Yeah, we know what the more evidence is. They don't found somebody that'll testify against them that probably got some kind of sweetheart deal themselves, maybe citizenship. There's a reason why they didn't prosecute him then, and they're trying to do it now. That's to make Trump's claims that this guy is a real bad guy look verified. Otherwise, it does look like they fucked over somebody. So they're trying to...
Okay.
Go ahead.
Listen, I'm not a Trump supporter anymore, but if he gets convicted, you got to put on the hat.
What if he doesn't get convicted?
Then I'll give you 4 galaxies.
Okay, all right. You're not
going to turn down 4 galaxies, are you?
No, I don't get galaxies very often at all. I appreciate the supporters who do get them. I get them once or twice a month. So yeah, I'm not going to turn down 4 galaxies, but the idea that I believe that Trump, just like with the Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs, Trump says something. There we go, big dog. There we go. Somebody showed me some love.
Thank you so much.
Got me feeling.
Show some support for your boy.
Got me feeling good there. Thank you, big dog. I think just like with the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, Trump says something, and then his supporters try to make it true. I think that's the same thing with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Trump has painted this guy as a horrible person, and now folks that surround Trump are trying to make his claims into reality.
Yeah, well, you know what? I could be wrong. And what you said could be accurate. But from what I see, guy was a piece of shit.
I think Puff Daddy, P. Diddy was a piece of shit. Do I think he should go to jail for the rest of his life?
I see them in the same light. I just see Puff Daddy as being someone who had more resources to do more.
I still don't think even P. Diddy should go to jail for the rest of his life. I just don't see that.
Wait, what? Wait, for trafficking people?
He didn't traffic any people. I don't believe he trafficked people. They got in. You got folks. Their text messages came out that those folks were eager to participate. I don't believe he was trafficking people. I don't. And the jury didn't believe it either.
Do you think he sexually assaulted people?
No.
No.
I believe that when you get that kind of money, here's what I think is happening. Folks, I did a video on YouTube, and I covered all this. I think people are confusing. You see the movie Taken with Liam Neeson?
Yeah.
I think people are confusing the character that played his daughter with a groupie. The character in Liam Neeson's movie, that's something.
I know the difference.
Yeah, that person is an individual that's being trafficked. That's what happens when you're being trafficked. That girl is not going to send a text to her Eastern European kidnappers talking about, I can't wait to do a freak off. What the people that were dealing with P. Diddy weren't being trafficked. They were groupies getting something out of it. I don't. Go ahead.
Listen, I don't feel bad for groupies because you're trying to sleep your way to the top.
Right.
And to me, you're just as commendable. Yeah. But I don't see the diddler as being anything less than guilty. I'm pretty sure there's more victims that are going to come out and be like, no, we got solid evidence against you.
If more evidence comes out, I'm totally willing to change my tune. I'm going based on what has been presented so far. What has been presented so far shows that people that were claiming to be victim were constantly coming back to this guy over and over again. I mean, you're actually texting this man from a totally free location, telling him by text message, I cannot wait to come back and participate in the free call. Even the people that were involved in it suggest that the woman that claimed to be Cassie, his girlfriend that claimed to be a victim, she was the one orchestrating how they got paid. The other prostitute, the male call figures or whatever you want to call them, she was deep into it. So look, she was the victim of domestic violence. It looked horrible on camera. That's what makes him look like a piece of shit. And people are trying to punish him for that through these other cases. That's the way, just like with O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson got away with something, so they tried to punish him on the second go-round for what he got away with. That's the way I see it.
All right, well, you know what? I guess it'll all come out in courts one way or another.
It's already over with.
Yeah, at least you don't make excuses and pretend that he didn't do it. We know he did it.
It looks like he did it, but it looks like Trump is guilty as fuck too, and he got away with it as well.
Yeah, but I'm not a Trump supporter, so that doesn't hurt me.
No, it doesn't. I'm not an O.J. Simpson supporter, so it doesn't hurt me either.
Fair enough. Hey, I did want to go into the topic of immigration.
Sure.
Because you had your lobotomite, Sherbert, on here earlier. You know, I understand since the lobotomy, it's been kind of hard for him to concentrate on facts, but you know, I'm here to correct the record. So I love the attitude that people like him have of, I'm not the racist. I just want some brown people to pick my fucking crops for me instead of me doing it, the white man. That's not racist as fuck. Like these people wouldn't be doing it if they didn't come from really shitty, poverty-stricken countries. Let's be 100% honest, okay? And the people who are doing these jobs are getting underpaid because of the fact that they came over illegally, and the employers decided, who I think the employers should get just as much punishment, potentially face jail time. Yeah, they got hired because they knew that with their illegal status, as they could just say, if you don't want to take this money, we could always talk to ICE, and then they get used as basically modern day slave labor. When I buy strawberries at the grocery store, I'm always thinking about the money that I've been saving to get an above ground garden. I've been doing that for a while. I'm gonna eventually have a vertical garden where I can grow my own strawberries. I want to be as far away from the system as possible, Tim. Yeah. Oh, and unlike in California, I can actually afford to do that at $15 an hour. These idiots.
You should have never. You should have never. You should have never, because you obviously have right wing. You obviously have right wing views. But when you told folks you make $15 an hour as a dishwasher, that's going to forever come up.
I feel no regrets. Okay.
I get you don't have no regrets, but being a staunch advocate against the minimum wage increase, in my opinion, makes no sense as somebody making $15 an hour. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, well, maybe it's because I can see the forest through the trees and other people can't. I can think more about third and fourth and fifth order consequences, which I'm wondering if some of the people who hate me actually know what those words even mean.
Hell, I don't know what they mean. I don't. I'm trying to figure what you're saying. But I'm just simply saying, when you're in the entry level job and you're against raising entry level salary, it just seems like you're cutting off your own throat to me. That doesn't make sense to me.
Because I can see what happens. Okay, so an order of consequence is basically like a domino in the cause and effect trifecta. So when you have you raise the minimum wage, all of a sudden, and the prices of everything go up to make up for that raise. That would be a second order consequence. Third order consequence would be that fewer people can afford to live in it, and so they move out. That would be called flight. And in some cases, if you pick on enough white people, you get white flight. That would be a third order consequence.
You don't need to pick on anybody white at all to get white flight. You just need to move next door and say hello. That's all it takes. You don't need to pick on anybody.
Please, I've lived next to white people.
You know what the hell I'm talking about, Jeremy. White flight has nothing to do with people getting picked on. A lot of folks just believe it. In fact, they don't believe it. It's true. the property value goes down the darker the neighborhood gets. So if you're in a neighborhood and you got a nice home, and all of a sudden you do notice more and more your neighbors are getting dark, your assessment of your property is going to go down. So a lot of people move because they realize my property values drop. That's true because white flight has created that.
Yeah, no. Let's be honest. It's because I hate to say it, but something about black culture is always about not snitching when, and all of a sudden someone fucks around in the neighborhood. White people don't do that shit. Like if you unless you live right next to the mob, but even the mob has rules, and even they're like, there's some things we won't let you get away with.
You don't. There's no way you live next to black people making a statement like that. Yeah, in the gang.
Dude, my neighbors are black.
Okay, in the gang and the underworld culture, snitching can get you stitches, but grandma will snitch on you without a problem. There's plenty of black folks that'll snitch on you. People who own, you look at people who own their homes and shit like that. Yeah, that's the kids that are doing that shit. But people who own their homes don't want their property value falling. They'll snitch on you. They will call the cops.
They should. Hey, and by the way, listen. I want people of every race to get along. Okay, so I want that to be absolutely clear. But here's the thing.
You voted for Trump. You voted for Trump while simultaneously wanting all the races to get along. You thought that was going to happen?
Again, I saw something. I saw a different candidate than what we got.
Okay, that's a fair point. What you got? What you got?
Again, like back to the whole immigration thing. I'm a little sick of this idea that we're morally superior because we allow people we know we're intentionally underpaying to illegally come into the country and pick our strawberries. Okay, why can't we just say, it's going to be a shitty job, but if we want people to do it, let's just only hire people legally in the country, and that includes visas to be a migrant worker. That includes like coming through the system correctly, and maybe just being a temporary worker. Like, why not only hire people like that? And they're going to do a back-breaking job, but they'll be able to get decent pay out of it. Maybe strawberries will cost a little bit more. Maybe corn will cost a little bit more. However, you wouldn't buy, Tim, you wouldn't buy a blood diamond, would you?
I would hope not.
If you knew it was a blood diamond and you had
I would try to avoid, if I knew somebody was murdered I would try to avoid purchasing that.
Yeah, I'm actually, and like when this phone is going out because it's not doing particularly well, I'm gonna buy a Fairphone.
Is that the Trump phone?
No, it's a Fairphone is a phone that is made with ethical means.
You voted for Trump and you're talking like this.
Yes, capitalism is beautiful because it gives you choices like this. It gives you options.
Capitalism ain't got nothing to do with you having a choice. So in a socialist environment, you could pick from, if you live in a socialist environment, you still got choices. You don't lose choices in that environment. This ain't got nothing to do with capitalism.
You do. You get heavier regulations on businesses that choke out the little guys. They can't afford to compete with the big guy. It's okay. And socialism overregulates people to the point where there's no competition.
You can see the reduction in socialism, but you ever heard of a monopoly? You can lose choices in capitalism too if either one of them, you can lose choices if you let it go on too long. There are towns where they got a choice, Walmart or fucking Dollar Tree, because they got rid of all of the small businesses. That's capitalism. So you can lose choices in either one of them.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Most businesses in the United States are small businesses. And small businesses have always competed with large businesses. Why is it always that it's only in like extremely irregulated markets that all of a sudden the small businesses can't compete with the big boys? It's because they can't afford the costs.
No, it's because the big businesses can do things like lobby to the right politicians and change all kinds of shit in their favor. Like, for instance, you fight against the minimum wage because you believe it'll hurt small businesses. There's some validity to that, but think about how Walmart is like, hell yeah, we love that, even though they could afford to pay it. You're not just fighting to help small business. The big businesses are able to use that stuff too, and they don't need it, and they're able to use it.
Yeah, well, again, why do you think businesses just lobby for more regulation and for higher wages?
To get rid of small
They can
businesses.
afford it. Because small businesses can afford it, and they can.
So, and that's what that's the point I'm making is you're making it sound like in socialism you get no choices and you get a host of choices in capitalism. I'm telling you, if you didn't have socialist policies in a capitalist environment, you would have monopolies and you wouldn't have it as well. You wouldn't have choices in a capitalist environment either. The reason you have some chance of survival in a capitalist environment is because of all the socialist laws, like you got to pay a minimum wage, you got to give overtime, you got to have unemployment. All of that's socialism. All of that stuff is making it kind of fair for everybody. If you got rid of all of that and just left it up to the capitalists, this country would suck. So you do need socialist tenants in our environment. Otherwise, you want to dial 911 and be told you got to pay for the call before we come out? That's capitalism.
I don't think that all services need to be privatized. I just think that some of them are just better off that way. And I also think that if capitalism goes completely unregulated, I'm not an anarchist. I'm a minarchist, which means minimal government. Okay. Yeah.
I think in most areas, I think in most areas it's not. I don't favor it.
Direction.
Yeah, I don't favor. I think we've got plenty of examples of how we went from socialist government controlling stuff to privatization, and it's been bad. Privatized prisons, for instance, horrible idea.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, so privatization is, and they're starting to privatize these folks that they're trying to deport, the alligator Alcatraz and all that shit. They're starting to privatize that. Do you want people to make a profit off of that shit?
No, if the government steps in to do a rule, the government should be the only one in that rule. Now, I don't think that the government always has a place in every rule in our lives. Like, for instance, the airlines should be much more free, like free market, and so should healthcare, in my opinion. However, if the government is going to do something, it should do it either 100% of the way or not at all.
I disagree with you on the airlines because I see what happened in Palestine, Ohio with the railroad and all that toxic waste. You start taking away, you start privatizing the airlines and getting rid of the regulations, people start cutting corners and planes start coming out of the air. I don't favor that. When it's something that could lead to mass loss of lives, you need some type of uniformity in the system. And when you leave it up to the capitalists, they're doing everything based on how much they can save and how much money they can make. They'll cut every corner in the book if it'll save them money. And you're talking about flying people in the sky, that's not a good idea.
Well, here's the thing. I won't deny that capitalists absolutely do have to find a way to make profit. And that if something's too expensive to do, they just won't do it. But that's with anything. That's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, but you can fly an airplane. You can fly a commercial airliner with one person in the cockpit. So having a co-pilot, which they have in there because if something happens to the main pilot, you have somebody else who can fly the plane. If they ate something and got food poisoning, you got another person. But the capitalists will say that rarely happens. So we only need to have one person in the cockpit. I don't want to trust the capitalists to do things that might affect my life. You see what's happening in the healthcare industry where people are being told they cannot get certain medications, certain surgeries and procedures because the insurance companies want to save money. Shout out to Luigi, by the way. So I don't favor that. I'm just simply saying, people will let you die to save money. What are we doing with these right now? If you get them out of here, we can we won't have them draining our system. So people don't care what happens to them. Capitalism can go too far.
Capitalism can if there's no rules, but we have plenty of rules. We have plenty of rules already. Like in the past, I think unions were even more needed than they are now. But I think nowadays we have so many laws in place that if something happens to you on the job, you don't even need a union.
Yeah,
you can easily sue the company in oblivion.
You can't sue the company. If you sue the company, you need to have an attorney that you can afford. They don't all work pro bono. If you got a union,
not all of them, but sometimes if they look at your case, sometimes they'll be like, "Shit, I'm gonna make money on this. I don't need to charge you a penny."
Good luck with that. I gotta move it on, Jeremy, as always. Thank you for coming through.
Have a good one, Tim.
Good talk. Appreciate it. Looking in the comments real quick, I wanted to respond to Handsome Major Boo says, I think Trump is full of crap and he's cheating on his wife. You think the man is cheating at 79? If so, shout out to Trump getting a little nookie at 79. Who's fucking at 79? He says, I think Trump is full of crap and he's cheating on his wife. Also, he's more with Pam than with his wife, Pam. Well, I guess you could cheat without going inside of some shit. Cause 79, damn, you climbing on top of a mistress at 79. Shout out to you. God bless you. He says he's more with Pam Bondi than he's with his wife. His wife, do this. Pam, help me. Pam, shake me down. How, well, look, we know Trump likes him young, but Melania is considerably younger than Trump. Pam Bondi, really? Oh my God. I don't know about that. I think Trump's days of infidelity are probably over. But you know, some of these, these OnlyFans pages and these call girls and shit like that, they do have dudes who will pay them just for conversation. The situation at home is that bad. I mean, I never could imagine paying a broad just to talk to me. What the fuck is that? But some of these folks do that. He just pays me money to talk to me, or maybe to just go out. So I guess a 79-year-old could do that. 79. Cheating on his wife. Wow. Mike, I see you in the comments. How am I sounding like them? Let me know what I'm doing. I love to hear that. Anyhow, folks, jeez, that was funny though. And Ed G says, thank you, Ed, by the way. If Trump is on the list, I wonder how many people Democrats are on it. Because how hungry the left is to put dirt on Trump, it's strange. He's on the list. They aren't pushing that issue. Maybe they know they're on it. I don't disagree with that, Ed. I don't disagree. Listen, if you got access to, let me see, I'm going to say this like I would say it on the street. We'll consider this locker room talk. I know most of my audience is men, plus or minus a few women, but let me make it clear. If you are somebody that has access to unlimited pussy, you're going to have a whole lot of men hanging around you of all party affiliation. If you are somebody that if I can hang around you and you somebody that can make sure I get laid, I'm going to hang around you quite often. I mean, this is how it works. So if, what is her name, Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein are essentially providing nookie to all of these elite members of society, yeah, you're going to have a bunch of them. Now, I agree with you, Ed. There's probably plenty of Democrats on that list. But that list ain't just all D's. There's plenty of R's on that list as well. Hell, there's some I's on that list. There's some independents. There's probably some Brown Party, Green Party, anybody. If you can provide unlimited nookie to people going to hang around you. That shit works for all parties. That stuff transcends all parties. So, yeah, my guess is there's plenty of Democrats. So, in fact, wasn't some duke or member of royalty from the UK allegedly on the list as well? I mean, international. People like to fuck no matter where they from. Got nothing to do with what party you're affiliated with. People like to fuck no matter what. So, yeah, I agree with that. There's probably plenty of Democrats on that list. Hell, there might even be a few women on the damn list for all we know. You provide unlimited pleasure, you're going to have an unlimited amount of people hanging around you. Chris says females don't like locker room talk or liberal males. I think Bill Clinton had plenty of locker room talk. I don't know about that. He says females don't like locker room talk or liberal males. I disagree with that. There are some nasty talking females. There's some females that can talk nasty with the best of them. There's plenty of females out there that can roll with some locker room talk too. It ain't more men, but there are plenty of alpha females out there that can roll with it as well. So I don't agree that females don't like locker room talk. They just want to hear it from somebody they find maybe attractive or desirable. Why doesn't it cost as much as I don't get that comment. People worried about how much money they get paid the whole time. The work is the value. The money is the reward. Your argument is along the lines of you can't expect people to pay a decent salary for a job that has low skills. I get it. which is kind of the anti-minimum wage argument. You're asking for 20 bucks an hour when all you do is flip burgers or stock shelves or something. Here's the problem. If that person is not a 15-year-old, if they're a full-grown adult that is doing this minimum wage job that requires low skills, understand they still need to eat. They still need to feed their kids. They still need shelter. They still need a place to stay, all of that. So what ends up happening is you end up defending the employer by suggesting, well, this person is low skills. You shouldn't have to pay them 20 bucks an hour. You defend the employer, and the person that's working for that low wage that still needs to eat, you cover the rest of it because they go and apply for SNAP, food stamps, housing assistance, and all of that because they are working. They're just not making enough to live. So you defend that employer and let him pocket the extra money, and you pay it out of your tax money. That's how it works. So what you're doing is you're subsidizing those low wages you're letting the employer get away with. There are plenty of folks working at Walmart that are also getting food stamps because you're okay with Walmart paying them those low wages. Now, Walmart is worth a fortune. You ain't. So you're subsidizing billionaires. You're allowing them to pay a lower salary, and it's coming out of your pocket. Somehow that makes sense to you, I'm sure. Anyway, looking in the comments real quick, remember the customer pays the why the hell is this? Why is it that people on the right, who are just as hard working, poor as every damn body else, so gung-ho about defending folks who make more money than they ever will make in life? Always making the reasons for why the wealthy should stay wealthy, keep their money, not be taxed. I mean, just like literally defenders of the rich. Why is that? They shouldn't have to give you health care. They shouldn't have to give you a minimum wage increase, even though you're making minimum. Why? Well, things are going to go up in price if they give me more money. Things are going to go up in price whether they don't give you shit. Things are going to go up in price regardless because they want to keep making money. Why? I don't understand why the right defends the rich so much. I never could get that, but it is what it is. I can't afford to eat in McDonald's, says Reba. Wow, that's pretty impoverished. That's pretty impoverished. Anyhow, I do appreciate the 92. We didn't quite get to 100,000, but I do appreciate you folks tapping the screen and getting your boy up to 92,000. Speaking of not having a female, I just want to get one in real quick. Miss Mo Betta, females don't like locker room talk. What say you?
Listen, I invented half the shit they talk about, so they could find something else to talk about, because you already know.
Yeah, I figured that. I figured plenty of females. Yes.
You gonna catch it. You hit that right nerve, and you gonna catch all the smoke.
Females don't like locker room talk. So let me ask you now. Trump talked about ownership over immigrant farmers. Do you hear slavery in that, or is that a misstep?
Oh, that is not a misspeak. Listen, what would stop them from doing it? I'll wait. I'll wait. So now, listen. He hires the companies that start hiring the illegals, and on paper, they're working for this specific owner. And if they leave outside of their owner, what you think is going to happen?
They're going to get caught, rounded up, detained, and deported.
They're going to have them living in fear, just like they're doing now. And that's all that is modern day slavery. And for the people that say, oh, everybody's making it about race and it ain't about slavery, it absolutely is.
That's a good one.
If you to understand.
Yeah, if you're a wealthy farmer, that's a good position to be in. I mean, because I'm going to be like, remember the old singer, Simply Irresistible, Robert Palmer? He used to have the videos with all the girls in the video that look the same. My farm going to be all chicks. Because yeah, I mean,
titties out.
Right.
Listen, you know what that said when Trump said that? How he said he can go in those locker rooms and just grab them by the pussy? That's exactly what he told those farmers.
And that's exactly what would happen, because the question would be, why you touching them or doing whatever the hell you want? You want to stay or you want to go home? I mean, look, this didn't happen.
You're gonna be deported, or you're gonna take your ass out in that field, butt ass naked, and pick my strawberries. It went from cotton to strawberries, you know.
I can't. You got me. You talk about locker room talk. I can only imagine a bunch of titties out in the field picking strawberries. That actually that don't sound that bad. you see these?
Well, you're not gonna get your average BBL chick out there in the field. That's not happening.
Well,
those be the household. They be the households.
Well, you work
those
for
the households. They walking around inside butt naked.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. When you work for me.
The long titties. Those with those long titties that are meeting their belly button. Those are the ones they'll have out there in the field.
Well, there is a category called mature, so
yeah, I get it.
You can get the long ones too. But I mean, serious. I mean, you see these drug movies.
What would stop them from doing that? When you hear somebody like Trump give them the green light, what would stop them?
Nothing.
And nothing. Because they've already been getting away with not having to pay health insurance and workers' compensation and all that. They've already been getting rid of that. Now all I need is that solidified, for it to be solidified where I don't have to release them. They don't have to hide. I got permission to have them here now.
Do you think Trump is capable of doing something this bad?
Oh, he is. Absolutely. He's a total disregard to the Constitution. So whatever it says there and those amendments and all that stuff, he's like, fuck y'all. I'm going to do it anyway.
And I see.
You know who I blame? You know who I blame? The Supreme Court. I blame the 7 out of 9 Supreme Court justices that allowed him to do this.
7? You mean 6? You mean 6, not 7?
No, 7 now, because that other stringy head bitch joined the other 6. So now it's only 2. Conji Brown.
Conji Brown and Sotomayor.
They're the only 2 now that are against the rest of them. You know, now it's 7-2 now.
Jesus.
But it's disheartening because what they're doing, they're treating people like pawns on the chessboard.
Let me ask you this, and I see in the comments, Handsome Major Boo says, Miss Mo Better invented chicken and beer. A shout out to you. No locker room talk. But let me ask you this:
whatever that means.
If the Democrats won, would you support, now that you're talking about as much as a 7-2 majority in the Supreme Court, would you support packing the court? Maybe expanding it to 13, 15 judges and putting a bunch of Democrats to make it more even?
I absolutely would. You know why? Because we got a lot of catch up to do. Yeah. We have a lot of catching up to do. They're going to have it in such a mess in these next 4 years till people are going to be losing their minds. Because they're saying groceries ain't up, nothing's up. We're still technically in the first quarter. You haven't even seen anything yet.
Yeah.
You haven't. There's a lot of those bills that were put in that big bogus bill that hasn't even taken effect yet. You know what I mean? So a lot of times you hear these people talking, they really don't know what they're talking about. They probably just turned off Fox News or whatever news station they watch, and then they come back and regurgitate this shit. They don't go and take the time to read nothing and see how none of this shit works. Even when it comes to no tax on tips, no tax on overtime and all of that shit. Those are stipulations that have limits.
Yeah. 2 years. Only 2 years did that stuff last. And it's only $25,000.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that? And then no tax on tips, and that's only on cash tips. So any tips that are paid with a credit card or which a lot of
it's only on cash?
Still being taxed.
It's only on cash?
Only on cash.
Oh my God.
And this is the crazy part. This is the crazy part, Tim, because most people been getting paid cash tips anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So you're right. So if it's only on cash, you ain't been paying taxes on that anyway.
Anyway, but it sounds good, Tim. He made it sound like I was the king. I did something real big. I did something nobody else did. It's all a crock of shit.
I didn't know it was only on cash though. Wow. Because if you work at,
take my word for it.
Yeah,
take my word for it. Nobody.
Yeah, if you work at Olive Garden or somewhere like that, most of your tips are on the credit card.
Or on the credit card, and that's excluded.
So that ain't
and then
shit.
it's a $25,000 cap when it comes to overtime for anything else. It's a $25,000 cap. So once you reach a certain limit, we can ready to tax you. And guess what's going to happen? When you go to file your taxes at the end of the year, Uncle Sam is going to eat your ass up.
That ain't, you know, I talked about at the beginning of the live, I talked about how it could be beneficial to some of the gig workers like Uber and DoorDash, but 100% of their tips, well, I won't say one, probably about 90% of their tips are on a credit card. Yeah, sometimes you get a passenger, they making you cash. Yes.
Because they're not going to want to separate a check. They're not going to want to give you a separate check.
Yeah,
they're not going to do it.
Yeah, sometimes you may get a passenger that will give you cash, but overwhelmingly, if you do any of the gig economy stuff, most of your tips are on the credit card. It's not even in cash.
Yep.
Wow.
And another point I wanted to get to, you see how Netanyahu, whatever his name is, whatever his name is over there in Israel, gave Trump a letter of recommendation for a Nobel Peace Prize. You know what? That was Trump's whole agenda. You know why? His whole agenda, because Obama has a Nobel Peace Prize.
Netanyahu is currently a war criminal, though. So
he's a criminal. It's nothing but treason going on over there, and quid pro quo is going on all over the place.
I'm surprised, though.
They're allowing him to get away with that. But I don't see any other countries voting for him to have the Nobel Peace Prize.
No. But it does go to show you how much power the United States has, because if you're going to rule that Netanyahu is a war criminal and you're not ruling that America is, I mean, because we're 100% complacent in that. I mean, we're shooting down Iranian missiles. We're providing, we're talking about owning Gaza. We're providing Israel with all of the weapons. There's no way in hell that Netanyahu should be a war criminal and the United States is innocent of it. We're knee deep in it. So it just shows you how afraid people are to challenge the United States.
Yeah. It's disheartening. It's crazy because we're actually their bosses. You know what I'm saying? But we won't stand up. It would take us to stand up like, listen, they do none of that. You know what I mean? But they all had this. When he set up his regime and all of that stuff, the oligarchs and all of that stuff they got going on, they're all cronies. It's hard to get around that. It's hard to get around that unless one of them are taken out.
The man has
Other than that, you're gonna be dealing. You're gonna have to deal. We are gonna have to deal with this for the next few years.
The man has an incredibly loyal following.
I implore people again. This is not just cliche. When we talk about those midterms, the midterm elections and stuff is a lot more important than the presidential, and that's what happens. A lot of people fail to get out and vote during midterm elections. So they don't know who their local government is, their state. Those are the ones you got to be concerned with.
Well,
because those are the ones who's sitting up over on the hill over there.
Yeah, if the Democrats could have a really strong showing in the midterms, they could make Trump potentially a lame duck, or if they get strong enough, they could actually impeach him and get rid of him.
Well, and I think that now is the objective.
Lefty.
So what's happening now? Nice, y'all see.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's happening is, see, Trump thinks he's in such power that he's making enemies right here on his homeland. And I think the election. Well, we know with this election also that Elon helped him out tremendously.
Yeah, and he sure got fucked over for his troubles.
Here, he's making so many enemies here till he's almost giving away those midterm votes. And if you see how Elon said, "Oh, y'all think y'all gonna win in the midterm?"
Did he say that?
Hey, Mike. Hey, boo.
Did he say that? I didn't see that part.
Yes, Elon said it.
Wow.
Yes, Elon said it.
So Elon is in it for the fight then.
Elon is bitter right now. He got a lot going on. Not that I rock with him either, because I don't trust his ass either, because he came in there like smoking guns too.
Yeah.
Like, I don't trust your ass either. However, All we need you to do is say that, yeah, I helped him win.
Yeah, he could have done. Elon could have done.
Did say that.
Elon could have done. He could have done so much better as a liberal. I don't know what made Elon go
He
right.
really could have. He really could. He really could that. And the thing is, Trump owes him money.
He ain't getting that.
That's why Trump is very selective of what he says about Elon. You know Trump goes to 1,000 real quick. He goes to 1,000 real quick.
Yeah.
He's very selective by what he says about Elon. He talk about taking away SpaceX and taking away all the subsidies that he's getting. No.
Shit, he talked about deporting him.
Quiet. He said too quiet for me.
He talked about deporting the man.
Yeah. Did it happen? Nope. Elon here. Now he talking about starting a whole new party. Come on, bro. See, the thing is, Elon's money runs longer as Trump's, if not longer.
Give him
Trump has a lot more favor, but Elon has a lot more money.
a lot more.
So,
listen to this.
A whole lot more money.
Yeah, political nurse. Now, this individual's in Canada says Trump is a racist and capable of any kind of evil. That's a Canadian saying that.
I agree.
You believe that?
And the thing is, his actions speak. That's his action says that. It's not what people are just making up. It's how he maneuvers. You got to pay attention not to what people say, it's how they move.
You think he's capable of 1930s Germany type of evil?
Absolutely. You don't see it coming? You know his lineage is German.
Yeah.
His grandfather, they got their wealth off a brothel. His grandfather ran a brothel, and the money just passed down. The father ran one too. One was in Seattle, and I forgot where the other one was. But they both ran brothels.
Wow.
Yeah. So, listen, you can't help who your blood relatives are. Some things are genetic. Trump grew up with his father in him. It's not like he was estranged from them. He grew up the same way they grew up. And it's just spilling over.
Oh, 3.5 more years, Miss Mobetta. I got to move on, but 3.5 more years. You ready for this?
Well, I pray that things do get better. You know what I mean? So, I hope that the things that were lost, that people can recover. Like people, when Elon and them was in there with chainsaws, people losing their jobs and shit. I hope people can recover from that. And I my heart goes out to the people that were.
Don't say my heart goes out. My heart goes out to you. Don't even say that phrase no more. That phrase is marked.
Oh God. Oh God. But anyway, my condolences to people who were lost in those Texas floods. That was horrible. And that's a mess too. That's a whole mess.
Yeah, Senator Chris Murphy. I'm looking at. I wanted to read the comment. Senator Chris Murphy. I was looking at News Nation while you were talking, and he said something like, "There's consequences to cutting to the cuts to the National Weather Service." He's blaming it on Trump.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And why wouldn't it be? Because they keep saying, what's that little heifer that get up there as press secretary? Oh, they had warning. They didn't have enough warning.
Carolyn
By the
Lee.
time they got the warning, the floods were already rolling. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
one of the sheriffs testified he didn't get the warning for like 3 or 4 hours. This is what Chris Murphy said. Accurate weather forecasting helps avoid fatal disasters. There are consequences to Trump's brainless attacks on public workers like meteorologists. So he's blaming it on Trump.
That's the same thing that happened when C-19 hit. When he went and cut all those people that Obama had in place. Like I said, his whole thing, his whole purpose of running for anything is because he want to outdo what Obama did.
Yeah.
That's his only objective. And MAGA won't see it, so I'm not even expecting him to agree to what I'm saying. But everything, that's why he's so affixed on getting this Nobel Peace Prize. How you gonna get a Peace Prize when you done bombed the people already?
Well, you pay out the right folks, you talk to the right leaders. I gotta move it on. Don't count Trump out.
They gotta suck the right balls, huh? That's locker room talk for your ass.
No shit, Miss Mobile. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. Thank you. It's a Major Blue says, I agree with political nurse. Trump is an evil, sick twisted human being. Not to mention the Republican Party went too far, going to lose the midterms. Wow. Listen, I do slightly agree with the last part of that. The Democrats, people suggest the Democrats lost because they went too far to the left, LGBTQ issues. Some would suggest they were allowing women to have pregnancy terminations in the 3rd month and all this. They were suggesting the Democrat Party went too far to the left, promoting socialism, defund the police, you name it. Too many far left progressive policies. And they could clearly see that's what hurt the Democrats. Well, I'm going to tell you, like what Handsome Major Boo is suggesting, you can go too far to the right as well. You start deporting babies and all of this birthright citizenship. You're talking about running a 3rd term. You're forcing kids in school to engage in Christianity. Talking about throwing a woman in prison if she has an abortion. You can go too far to the right. I don't think the folks on the right realize that. But if you can see it on the left, you can do it on the right. Getting rid of fucking porn is really bad. You got some of these right-wing states limiting access to adult material and stuff like that. You can go too far to the right. You actually can do that. So, and when you got a 6-3, or as my last caller said, 6-7-2 supermajority on the Supreme Court, you're going to get a very far-right country. I mean, imagine if you had a 6-3 liberal majority on the Supreme Court. Think about how far left the country would go. Well, it does work in reverse. Just because you like the right-wing policies don't mean that they're not going too far in the eyes of others. So I do believe that could probably be the biggest detriment to the Republicans going forward. 2 things could hurt the Republicans. I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm certainly saying it's possible. It's not like people believe the Democrats are automatically going to lose because they don't have any leadership. There's 2 things that could hurt the Republican Party going forward. One is what I just mentioned, going too far to the right. You're winning. So you just take, give an inch, take them out. You're going way far to the right. That's one thing. Number 2 is obvious. The next leader of the Republican Party is not going to be as eccentric and admired as much as Trump. Whoever replaces Trump is probably not going to have the same level of support as Trump. So you're going to probably succeed Trump with a weaker leader. I mean, Trump is probably the strongest leader of the Republican Party in our lifetimes. People will forgive and overlook anything he does. I mean, you didn't get that out of Bush or even Reagan. So not saying that Republicans are going to win or lose. I'm just simply saying they do have battles to win themselves. While you're sitting around suggesting, well, the liberals have no leader. Neither do the Republican Party. Trump is not going to let any Republican steal his shine. So you're going to stay in the shadows until Trump nominates you. That's it. And right now, he's not trying to do that. He's not trying to give anybody the power. He may start talking that way after the midterms, 2027, but that's not happening right now. And whoever that person is, they're going to have to literally follow Trump's agenda to a T. They're not going to really be allowed to disagree with Trump on anything. Otherwise, he'll be threatening to remove his endorsement and attack them. So he'll be trying to force them to be a clone of him. So whoever that person is, we don't know yet. But I'm just simply saying the race is in the air. It's not that the Republicans are guaranteed to win, as many on the right are saying. You don't have a strong candidate, just like the left doesn't currently have one. Real quick in the comments. So what about the hurricane in Florida? Whose fault was that? Has there been a hurricane in Florida already this year? I haven't heard about any. Has it? And by the way, nobody's responsible for a hurricane. What people can be responsible for is not warning you ahead of time. Like when a hurricane is coming to the east coast of this country, there are multiple models used to predict the path the hurricane is likely to take. They got European models. You'll see the picture of the United States, and there are going to be a host of different wiggly lines indicating the hurricane may go this direction, that. So they're trying to guess where it may go, because that helps give warnings and people can do things ahead of time. You start firing a bunch of those services, a lot of those lines that predict where it may go may disappear. All of a sudden, this entity that used to make predictions Everybody got fired from that one. So that prediction is not. So all of a sudden, there's only 2 lines. I'm just telling you how it can work. I mean, you can't fire a bunch of people without consequence. There's no way to do that. And Elon fired a lot of people with Trump's blessing. So we can't just blame it on Elon. But with Trump's blessing, Elon fired a bunch of people. And so, no, nobody's responsible for a hurricane. But the lack of warning and preparedness, people can definitely be responsible for that. If there's nobody to prepare you or nobody to warn you properly, shit can happen. Shit can happen. So we'll see what takes place. Not to mention putting alligator Alcatraz right in the path of Hurricane Alley. So what happens if there is a hurricane in the state of Florida and there is an issue to evacuate the whole state of Florida, where people have to drive up north to get out of Florida? What happens with alligator Alcatraz? I guess you would land a plane and fly them out? I don't know. At the cost of, I mean, because they still have cases, so they're not deportatable just yet. So what happens? You fly them somewhere else, temporarily land them there and fly them back? How does, somebody says gator bait. Kind of fucking evil. Charles Vaughn says gator bait. So you know there's a hurricane happening. So you just open up the cages and push them all into the swamp, huh? And let them get eaten. God. You act like there ain't other prisons in Florida that have been there for years. Well, we kind of care about the people in those other prisons. By the way, the people in the other prisons are not in tents in cages. They're in prisons that might be able to sustain a hurricane. Alligator Alcatraz cannot sustain a hurricane. It's not even a structure. It's just tents and fucking fences. So you can bring up other Florida prisons, but it's a different conversation. They're not going to survive in a tent in floods, right? As King Finn says. I mean, so all the swamp is going to rush up on the island. So you may be behind a fence and the alligators are literally on the island. I mean, just a mess. I'm assuming MAGA would celebrate that. President Donald J. Trump is a fantastic president and doing exactly what we, the people, voted for. USA. We wanted that bloat and overspending out of our government. Well, you got rid of Biden, I'm assuming you're referring to. I disagree with the notion that Trump is doing exactly what you voted for. As I say all the time, MAGA's going to float with Trump no matter where he goes. So you voted for Trump. Once he's in there, if he says he's going to do A, you're happy with A. If he changes his mind tomorrow and says he's going to do B, you're going to change your mind as well. He didn't run on helping out the Ukrainians like what he's talking about doing now. He didn't run on taking over Gaza. He's doing things he didn't run on. It's just that if you support Trump, you're going to roll with his policies and go with him no matter what direction. So really, he cannot do wrong. It's a good position to be in. No matter what he does, you're going to say, I'm cool with it. So he's in a good position. Like firing highly qualified people for some, one way less qualified, but wait a minute. Like firing highly qualified people for someone way less qualified, but putting them there because of the color could affect the quality of work. True, but I think that the problem is you're talking DEI and affirmative action. That's what you're talking about. I think the problem is we only see people getting a job that they're not qualified for when they're a minority. You think white people don't get jobs they're not qualified for? You certainly don't hear MAGA complaining about it. You think Pete Hegseth was the most qualified person we could find to lead the military? He was a fucking major. His rank is fairly down there for somebody doing what he is doing. If he was black, he would be DEI, period. He's on Signal app. He's answering questions all over the fucking place. If he was black, he would be DEI. So you hear the right complaining about people getting jobs because they're gay, because they're a woman, because they're black or Hispanic. You don't hear them saying a damn thing about somebody getting a job because they're white, even though that's what has happened throughout most of America's history. People got jobs solely because they were white. Qualifications be damned. We can talk about stuff like the Tuskegee Airmen. They were some of the best pilots in the business, but they were only going to get promoted so far because they were black. That's DEI, where you know the people are getting promoted above them that do not have the merit that they had. We've always had DEI. It didn't become an issue until it started working for people of color. And I'll tell you one thing, it's pretty obvious who used to benefit from it and who now who believe they're being hurt by it. White males. Almost everyone complaining about DEI is white and male. That's literally the only group complaining about it because they used to be the ones that were benefiting from it. They used to be the ones that could count on being white and male getting you shit that you didn't need to merit for. If you applied for a chief of police job and I was in line with you, you were guaranteed to get it over me simply because of skin color. Didn't matter what I did in the military, you were more likely to become a general than I was. That's why the primary complainers of DEI are white males, because it hurt them the most. And I understand that. I totally understand that. If I was on top and now I had to deal with equality or, these folks are actually getting it, I wouldn't like it either. I get it. But that's who the primary complainants are of DEI, are white males, because they used to be the ones that were benefiting from it. How many came from Fox? Charles Vaughn, last I heard, President Trump, between Trump and Fox News, because it's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. Many folks have went from the Trump administration and worked at Fox, and many folks have went from Fox and worked in the Trump administration. Last I heard, I think it's like 27 different people have went between Trump and Fox News. I don't know all 27. I do know Kimberly Guilfoyle, for instance. She damn near married into the Trump family, but she was helping with the campaign and all of that. Kimberly Guilfoyle was one that used to work at Fox. I believe they said it's 27 of them. We know Judge Jeanine Pirro recently is now a member of the Trump administration. I don't know. I can name them all, and I watch a lot of Fox, but I don't know how many are behind the scenes and things like that. But I believe it's been 27. That's significant. That's significant. That's a lot. So looking in the comments, though, Hexef was a drunk texting war plan. Yeah, Hexef does not have the merit. If Pete Hexef was a minority or a woman, the same folks defending Pete Hexef would be calling them DEI. He literally fits the standard of what they're talking about that's DEI. But, emphasis on but, you can't be called DEI when you're a white male. The right is never going to suggest that a white male got the position because they're a white person. It's all the other groups. They're not going to call it out for a white male. So Pete Hexef gets a pass, but Pete Hexef certainly lacks merit under a bunch of people. In fact, the guy they got rid of for him was like 4-star, wasn't he? 4-star general or something like that. Lacking merit. Anyway, folks, I do appreciate you folks tuning in. Thank you for the 100,000+. You guys show the program some love. Nevertheless, as always, if you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow the program if you're watching on Clapper or Instagram or TikTok. Give your boy a follow. We're on all of the platforms, same name, Handsome Liberal, across the platforms. And if you're currently watching on YouTube, subscribe to the program. Until then, I'll see you folks tomorrow. Take care. Stay safe. I'm out. I think I am. There we go.